Did anybody get a notification on Robinhood about BTC being under 103,000?
No. Robinhood freaking people out.
Man, I saw it and I was like, what?
Really? That's crazy.
Those exchange notifications that get you wrecked.
Yeah, I'm checking. I didn't see it. I didn't see it on mine.
Yeah, I just got it. And I mean, I wasn't on Discord. I hopped on. I was like, is there something, maybe a glitch or something that happened? I don't know.
$29 minutes to CME close, and we're hovering on top of it.
Yo, alts feel like they want to fly. Feel like they want to fly.
My weekend's been good, Jay. Been dealing with some issues in the house though. AC unit. I think I'm gonna need a new compressor. Just dealing with all that. Probably just gonna slap a whole new unit in. Not the type of thing you want to play around with in Miami during the summer. Yeah. I got a couple of the big portable AC units just to keep the house cold until then. Take care of grandma, so I gotta keep grandma cool. Hey, I slept on these little units, not for nothing, bro. These shits actually work. At least the small rooms. Nah, it's nasty outside, but the humidity is crazy. I walked outside to get the mail a couple minutes ago, and I know you're thinking, well, it's Sunday. Like, there's no mail. That's how humid it was yesterday. I opened the door yesterday to go get the mail, and I was like, yeah, nah. I'll come back and get it at night, and I forgot. That's when you know it's bad. Like, that mail can wait. In that moment, I realized why people have kids. Send them out to go get the mail when it's humid. I should get a green vector here. How much time is left? 7 minutes. How does my TVDI at? Yeah, it's already changed. ETH still has that target to that vector gap above. If Bitcoin makes this move for this liquidity, ETH should take this vector. We wanted this to come down and give us the higher low, but it didn't. And we took out those lows. So structure isn't the greatest here. But double bottom for all intents and purposes. On the daily, I do have some lower targets, but this is very Bitcoin dependent. Right, depending on what happens with Bitcoin. But yeah, that 50 EMA, it's a little higher than it was before, but that M pattern that we dropped out of, actually, that's invalidated, so we don't have to worry about that. But that 50 EMA's moved from what would have been 244 to about 23. Top of the cloud is 2381. We avoided the spookiness of target 2. Target 2 would have come in had ETH retraced to its 50 quickly, right? But it did what we wanted, which was go sideways and let the 50 catch up to it. You still have to really pay attention to the support. Right, that white line right there is our lowest body close. We've had nothing but wicks underneath that. And then we double bottomed off of it here. So that really needs to hold. If you don't want to take that trip to the 50, right? If that holds and we take another trip up to the top, then the 50 comes even higher. Our goal for this whole thing was to have, if you guys remember, was to have ETH go sideways long enough so that the 50 EMA could come up, right? But come up high enough to where when we got the retest, we didn't have to come into this vector gap. Right? Because this vector gap, you lose 2 on this vector gap if you were to come into it. So far it's playing out good. Longer it takes, the better. Short time frame, we're holding that support from our basically the midpoint of our range. Right, like we know that that's a flag there, but if we just get rid of the flag for structure's sake, right, so that's the range that we're in. And this is about the midpoint, a little bit less than the midpoint. If you look at our visible range, and we're right underneath point of control. Right, you see how much tighter our visible range is? Our visible range is right here. Right? Value area high, back to point of control, down to value area low, back to point of control, value area high. So we're right sort of testing point of control. That vector that I want to reclaim is right above point of control. If we can get above that and get above that 50, then we should go to value area high. Yeah, I mean, we already had a downside deviation, but that's why I have this here, because if we do deviate out of that again, it should give us these numbers that we've been looking for. But we'll see. Holding strong. It's holding strong because ETH BTC is holding strong. Right, so we'd have to really come look at ETH BTC, which is basically doing the same thing. So this was our play, right? This is when I rotated my ETH into Bitcoin. Excuse me. Holding sideways, being supported by the 50 on the daily. That needs to hold. For the sake of all the alts, we don't want to come down underneath the 50. You know, unfortunately, it is what happened last time, though. We looked at over here. Not to spook anybody out, but I kind of loosely did this earlier, but I'll get a little deeper into it now. So what we're really talking about is trying to figure out on the macro when alt season, right? So everybody wants to know. Typically, there's two things that we look at as macro guys when we try to figure out when the last alt season started. And that's the bottom of ETH BTC and the top of Bitcoin dominance. Right, which is this line right here. It's a similar situation of what we're waiting for now, right? Bitcoin dominance made a high. ETH BTC made a low. Right? So when dominance topped out and ETH BTC made that low, we popped up. Let me take the whole range. So we popped up, put in a high, put in a low, sort of this M pattern around, right? Does this look familiar? Right? Same move off the bottoms last year with the 50 retouches and everything. Get rid of this. The problem is when we come back to that range and we look at what happened, it fell apart, right? It put in a higher low, but as it put in a higher low, Bitcoin dominance put in that lower high. And then the alt season started. Right, so when we go back in time and we look, we'll say, if we don't put in a higher high on Bitcoin, we'll say, okay, you know, this is when it started. This is when alt season started. But this move here is sort of what we're going through. Okay, so if we take a full, let's take a full bar pattern from the bottom to when alt season actually takes off. So this is the bet here if you're playing with alts. So get rid of that old overlay. And we'll drop the new overlay. That's what happened last year. Hold on. Let me shrink it up. There. All right. That's what happened last year. The reason that that's scary is because if ETH BTC loses this 50 EMA, and a lot of these alt Bitcoin pairs are already underneath where they were, they're gonna keep dipping, which is why I haven't gotten into the smaller alts yet. I'm only getting into things that are strong against their BTC pair. The timing, I'm not sure about the timing, but depends on how this happens. This doesn't have to happen just because it happened before. Like, that's not why I'm saying it. What I'm saying is that this should give us a little bit of pause, because if it does happen again and you're holding alts that are underneath, you know, 750 mil, 500 mil market cap, they're going to feel it.
I mean, considering QE, the timing also kind of matches, right?
Everything is spookily, like spooky similar, yeah. No. Only difference is that when this happened the last time, we were going into QE. Like, QE had just started about this time, right before, right? QE ended, QT ended as ETH BTC bottomed and BTC dominance topped, right in this range. But they went into hardcore QE, like money printer just brr, you know? My bad. Somebody asked for ETH and I did entirely too much, but I went on I just needed to say that out loud. Yeah, we should have some good relief rallies as long as Bitcoin is going in the right direction here. Let's see what our bubbles are looking like. 15 minute. Let's see. 5 minute. Yeah, Cass is moving in Ray. With it's got a little pep in its step. Let's go live. We can just watch the market breathe for a second. Ton is such a big question mark for me. I think Ton could eventually be responsible for the highest number of adoption of new wallets. I mean, it's already proven that. You know, if you don't live in the US and you have Telegram, you already have a crypto wallet. You don't even have to download it. So it's like instant onboarding, like instant global adoption. Those games, when they had all the tap games, right? Everybody was buzzing for a long time on that. I don't know if they just leaned too hard into the games and didn't, like, they should have taken that and ran into some utility. You know what I mean? The utility is the obvious one. Remittances, international remittances. It's already, you know, people are already using the app. I don't know, Eric. I'd have to check. I didn't hear about it. I haven't done any research today, to be honest with you. I got on, did a couple things on the house with this damn AC guy came in with some bad news. And then I just jumped online with y'all. I don't know. Gaming has a real test coming up. My theory has always been that when when off the grid goes mainnet, that would be the catalyst that sparks a gaming narrative. And we're coming up on the date, and people are already getting migrated to mainnet, but it's not fully. And the OpenSea integration comes in a couple days, so we have to see how much buzz that creates. Right? If we can get some good gaming buzz going, then yeah, I expect Beam, Super, I expect everything to go nuts.
At Doge Viking, glad to see you. Hope all
W
is well.
Super Chat.
Much love.
Appreciate
Heart
you,
hands
Jay.
emoji. Also,
Yeah,
let's
let's
get
get
those
those
bearish
likes up,
likes
y'all.
up, people.
Looking
Underscore
crazy
super
out here
chat
in the
colon
streets right now.
underscore
That
super
ratio is
chat
ugly.
colon underscore super chat.
Yeah, we're getting real close to 5K subs. Actually. $189 subs away.
One thing to note, the S&P did look like it was making a head and shoulders on Friday.
Thanks for reminding me. Probably be.
JG, can't keep up with you. You're one white wild
Like
Nick.
it got a random burst towards the end of close, but it looked like it was completing the right side of the shoulder at the last couple hours of trading. But I was looking at it like on like the 15-minute, 30-minute, looked like the head and shoulders just playing out.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it now. I just wanted to check this daily amount of shit I got for that. So I'll never forget it, yo. I say it all the time, but video dumps on good earning. You were saying on the 15th?
Yeah, doesn't it kind of look like a head and shoulders was about to play out down to your target? And then it popped up out of nowhere at close.
The right shoulder is ugly or like not even really there for the most part. Talking about here?
Yeah, that's why I guess the
Yeah,
right
you
shoulder
would have
was in
needed a
short.
right. Yeah, you would have needed a right. Very similar to what we're seeing on ETH. One second.
Futures open 5,900 down 0.24.
Good, I mean, look at ETH. So value high, very low, point of control. Put a trap underneath, point of control. Ugly gap underneath that you don't want to go to. You look at ES. Same thing. I'm gonna point out that these bears here that are about to get wrecked on these liquidations literally opened their shorts on these candles that dropped. And they're just gonna stand on the tracks and watch the train. And they're gone. Now, if we knew that was gonna happen, how did they not know that was gonna happen? That shit always kills me. And I get it, it could be a hedge, but crazy. The trap longs are way up there, Sean. We had a long way to go to free the trap longs. Remember, it's like we had a type 2 trap, right? Where our trap short is really close to the weekend trap, and then the trap long is, yeah. We're talking about popping above 1088 to free the trap longs. This could end up being a rescue ship for a lot of people, though. All right, let's look at our scenarios. The bull in me, obviously, wants to come up, come down, close CME, reject bearishly, false move down, take out this 106, 101 level, all of this liquidity basically, right? And then have a 3-day up that never comes back down to these levels till the next bear market. Right? That's the bullish play out. Now, if the intention isn't just to grab this liquidity and go lower, I feel like market makers are going to want to come up and clear that topside liquidity before they go lower, right? Or else all of these bears are just going to become extremely wealthy. So the reason I say that it could be a rescue ship is because, you know, sometimes we see moves up and we mistake rocket ships for rescue ships. or we mistake rescue ships for rocket ships. You're underwater right now, or you haven't taken profit on some of your alts, and you're worried about this move down lower, right? You're worried about it stalling out and whatever. This move up, a false move up to free these trap longs, just to reject off of that downtrend, could be that rescue ship that you're sort of looking for. Right, then we'll have a 3-day down, which will probably come back down to the same levels that we're talking about clearing anyways, before we can finally build out and then make the move that we're all looking for. So, like scenario A, it happens now. Scenario B, you get a chance to exit some of your positions, right? If that's what you want to do, not financial advice, but you'd get an opportunity to pull some profit off the table so that when price comes down, you can take advantage of that. If you're really nervous right now about price coming down, I'd imagine it's because you haven't taken enough profits, right? You're either too exposed to alts that are low market cap and that are getting hit really bad right now, or you haven't taken profit off some of your runners, right? So if we do get this move up when everybody's screaming, oh, all-time high, this is it, just keep in mind there are imbalances underneath and we do have resistance above. Right, so it could be a rescue ship.
Is there also a scenario where we just go to all-time high?
Yeah, I mean, there's a scenario where we get it, but we, excuse me, that sort of scenario will stand out because there'll be a catalyst attached to it and tons of volume. Right, like something said, something cleared, some sort of a news event, but there'll be tons of volume that comes with the push. If we see this move up through liquidations and prices going, but we're moving on low volume, we're volume divergent, we know it's not a real move that can sustain itself, right? Then the chances of it being a chance to sort of take some profit off the table will increase. If we start pushing up and we start getting crazy volume and then the news starts pouring in, then that's a different story. But something would have to happen for market maker to decide that there's more money to the top than, like, that it's worth leaving all of this imbalance behind. Excuse me. It's happened before, right? We're just not there right now. But that's why we're glued, bro. That's why we do, 4 hours of research a day.
If you think about it, market maker already once sent Bitcoin to an all-time high with leaving that liquidity under 102 intact.
Yeah, well, this is the question. Remember, they've got a long trade coming up. Right? If you're a market maker, you have one long trade a year, and that's the parabolic move up to the top of the bull market. They set shorts right through that whole thing, and those shorts don't get filled for at least another year, or however long it takes for price to roll over and come back down the other side. The market maker has a decision to make, right? Is the market ready to pump now parabolically to where they're not going to need my liquidity and I can start setting up my positions for the next year? Or do we need to come down and grab these buy orders and clear this liquidity underneath us to get that sort of sentiment or get that sort of momentum? If news comes in, if money comes in, if any of these metrics change, the market maker decides, okay, it's a go time. I'll come grab this shit at the end of the next bull market. Doesn't matter. These guys here, they just make money. Not everybody gets liquidated, Like, I know we like to think that the market doesn't move until everybody gets liquidated, but some people do survive. Some people do make it. It's just not common for this amount to be correct. So we invest in what's possible, and then we hedge against. We invest in what's probable, and we hedge against what's possible. All right, we've got the smallest of CME gaps now. Right here. I'll come back and get that later. You have to give it to Market Maker. He did a bang up job of keeping price close to CME all weekend. You know, the only reason we even left the trap was to trap the shorts.
S&P Mini just filled the gap that it made open.
Yeah.
And gap down like 0.25%. Just went up and filled it.
Axe, yeah, all of that is possible, but that last part depends on dominance. Right? If dominance is going down at that time, then it won't be that big of a hit on the alts. Right? They'll drop similar amounts. Obviously, the shittier ones are always going to do those 20 though. Anytime a good alt does 10, you know, something with absolutely no utility is going to drop 20. But at this point, those coins shouldn't even be on our radar, so it doesn't matter. Right, your watch list should be made up of strong coins that are doing well against their BTC pair, or at least look like they're close to bottoming on their BTC pair. And then that just tightens your scope. Screw what everything else is doing. Until we're in QE, it has to outperform Bitcoin, or it's not worth trading. Honestly, even in QE, but you can just take more risks when money's flying around like that. Yeah, ONDO's interesting. It seems like, and this makes absolutely no sense. That sometimes the most money's made on moves that make no sense. But that hit that OM took, right? With all the shit that happened, it seemed to put a stink on RWA for a second. Which is just some of the most absurd shit. Like, it really, you know what I mean? Like, one thing has absolutely nothing to do with the entire narrative. But because of that, I think we managed to snag some pretty good prices on ONDO here. And we compare it against the other alts, like we've been looking at the 50, right? It's well underneath its 50. And it did hold on support, but these next couple candles are going to be important because you still got a big vector gap underneath it. I will say this, if ONDO happens to come down into this gap, I'm buying. Because this drop doesn't make sense. Right? There's nothing wrong with the project itself. And it's not just ONDO. Everything else, you know, all the sort of top RWAs took a bit of a retrace because of this. Right? Anybody who was in RWA had a good chunk of mantra. So when this shit happened, for some reason it carried on to the competitors, which is dumb because honestly, I would have expected ONDO goes crazy when this happens. Because me personally, I was like, all right, how am I going to do my split? Right. And I decided to go heavy ONDO split. Right. Luckily. But even if you know, even if someone that was 50-50, like you'd figure, okay, that would push you towards ONDO. And if we overlay the chart, you'll see what I mean. Watch. Right, like there's been no recovery after that dip. Right, it's like just, and there's so much money that came out of ONDO and went into mantra. Because remember, ONDO topped out back here. Right, you can almost see the money as it comes out of ONDO into mantra. Yeah, there's a lot of institutions holding ONDO right now. They've been shilling it harder than anybody else.
What do you think of Rune?
Like Rune. I don't know how much mindshare it holds really. I don't know how deep down the utility sort of risk curve we're gonna go during this run. A lot of my picks are boring, bro. Just boring because they're obvious, but obvious is good right now. And then what I'm really trying to do is not spread myself too thin. Made that mistake before. That's usually one of my reoccurring mistakes. I get so excited in projects and I end up spreading myself so thin.
But it's like it's a catch-22 in a way, right? With the kind of projects like the way they dump, like ONDO, this mantra or even Rune when it dumps, like you don't know which one to get into because they can just collapse.
That's the crazy thing that nobody would expect a project like Mantra to drop that hard. Right? That wasn't very typical at all. Which is why it hit so many people so hard, because it really was one. It depends on who you ask, first or second place, in its narrative. Well, we came down to our area of interest, but we got front run by like, we came down at 36. That 1618 was at 34. We have to watch to see if we can get back above support. If we reject here, then it could go lower. But I'm telling you, I think that mainnet announcement is around the corner. So I bought some. Right now we're just looking at vector recovery. Vector recovery and mean reversion. We popped over the 50 on the 1 hour, so that's why it's sort of interesting, right? Because if it was just mean reversion, you would have rejected here and then come and made new lows. But we'll see what happens when we exhaust this this gas from this vector. And basically 41. I mean, ONDO's sketchy right here. You know, you're sitting on a big vector like we said. You do have the beginning of what could be your higher low fractal, or your higher low fractal, or your W. But you're sitting on a
Dbloc,
bunch of gas underneath you.
have you looked at bubble maps on ONDO? This Genesis safe has 62% of the supply of ONDO.
Yeah, Gnosis, that's in liquidity pools, I believe.
So that shouldn't be.
Yeah, no, that's not a problem. So very small bullishness to work off on the hour here. But like we said, come up to clear that vector. Yeah, that measured move brings you right to the end of this vector.
Farcoin just recovered pretty much that Friday drop off almost.
So what I would say is watch what happens at the end of this move. We come up and claim this vector, you'd be looking at the 50 EMA on the 4-hour. Right, if that rolls over, you could still come down all the way to 71 or 70 on ONDO. This is worst case scenario, but you have the fuel to get there. You for sure have the fuel to get there. Yeah, we just got to watch it. I mean, so far we've built out, you know, you went from the 5-minute. This is what I mean about following the momentum up through time frames. Right? You got your 5-minute, and then you went to your 15, and you got your cross on your 15. Now you're waiting for it to happen on the hourly. You're about to drag your 13 EMA over on the hourly. But you would still need 1 hour of confirmation. Right? 1 candle close. I mean, you know where your invalidation is, right? That you got in this trade, you'd have your W invalidation right there. Okay, and then you'd have your and then if it's the bottom catching game, right? If you're just trying to figure out, did I catch the bottom for this run? Ran it up to all-time highs. Be looking at like a what, 11-to-1 risk reward. You know where your invalidation is. If this W invalidates, you don't want anything to do with it because you've got that drop underneath you that's possible. Which from that invalidation would be like 12%, 11%, 12%. If that happens, then you just swing at it again. I'm still holding some pudgy penguins. I bought a little bit on a dip with some spare change that I had in my crypto.com wallet. Sort of similar to ETH, funny to say, but it's trapped in this visible range. Just trying to hold it together. We really don't want to come down through this. This gap here, what we're trying to avoid. Well, I say on the daily, these last 2 days have been very, very important candles. Right? Yesterday's job was to put in some sort of doji. Right? And this is for all assets, no matter what you're looking at. Let's erase, take everything off the chart. Yesterday's candle job was to close as a doji to give you a bottom. Today's candle job would have been to be a bearish and a bullish engulfing. Pudgy has done both of those. Right, so compared to other, you can't say shit about Pudgy as far as the job it was supposed to do and what it did, it did. Now the problem is that it needs to hold this range and get above the 50. Because if it can't crawl above this high volume node, then we've got a pretty big dip here in volume. Right, price moves fast through these things. So you'd be coming down to like 7-1 if that happened. You'd be basically adding a 0. So did a good job yesterday, did a good job today, is going to have to do a good job tomorrow and the day after too. H bar. Watch, I'm going to swing through the alts real quick, and I just want you to look at what I was saying. H bar did its job yesterday. Doji so far bullish engulfing today. All right, so it's going to be a way to sort of test how your alts are doing. All right, 88, what do you see? Doji yesterday broke the lows today. Got 1 hour and 29 minutes to turn this candle around and not violate these bottoms, or this is going to create new lows. AIOZ went to work yesterday. So screw a doji. It gave us a doji and then it popped. Right? So AIOZ is looking strong. AIXBT held its 50 on the daily. Is closing above. AR. So now that you know what to look for, now you can switch through them really quickly, right? So you've got AVAX struggling to hold that top, but looks like it could. BAT needs to close above. BCH looking weak, but it's holding its 50. Beam did what it was supposed to do, right? Doji, bullish engulfing. Brett did what it was supposed to do. Doji, bullish engulfing. Cookie Dow did it too, right off the 50. CRV. Doge needs to push here. All right, we've got an hour and 20 minutes. We would like to close this daily candle above 19.3. Right? Let's get a 20-cent Doge by the end of the daily candle. Dot. Right? Same thing. Sort of all right, but needs to complete its job today and close above that last candle. ETH, same, needs to push here. We could use a nice push here on the hourly to make some of these charts look better. Gala did a decent job. Even if it closes now, it did what it was supposed to do. Gun Very nice. Very nice, actually. H bar did its job. Hyper did a good job. Hype did good. ICP did what it was supposed to do. IMX did what it was supposed to do. ILTX is just showing off. Jasmy holding it. Needs to hold this though. ADA. ATA. So you see how, like, when you know what to look for on a daily, how easy it is to see the outperformers and the underperformers. Launchcoin's got some ground to give back. Link BTC is looking like it wants to put in new lows. Link USD looks decent though. See, so that's like what I was saying about trading in BTC pairs versus USD. If you're trading USD, you look at this and you say, damn, I should have bought that link drop yesterday. Right? It looks like it's going to pump. If you're trading link BTC, you're happy you didn't buy yesterday. Right? Because you can still get more link here. Excuse me. Metis, Mew, Moondang, Morph. Yeah, everything basically did its job. Nitron, the ONDO, like we were just looking at earlier. Pengu, Pepe Coin, old Pepe, new Pepe, Pi. Right, look at Pi. Does that look healthy to anybody? Matic, Ponky, Popcat and Ponky look like twins. Prime, I need Prime to pump here. I need Prime to at least get to that 50 in the next couple days. PYR held its bottoms. Quant has been showing off. Quant just ran while everything else was sitting. Ray held its bottom, bullish engulfing. Render held its bottom, bullish engulfing. Ronin is just barely teetering on the line. RSR did his job. Say. Sui is also sort of teetering here. We need like we need a push here. This last hour and a half, we can have a nice little push, have everything come up to their 50s. These charts will look a lot better.
Yep, one thing about Sui I noticed, Dbloc, is this move from hype. It's like basically on the heels of Sui on flipping it.
Oh wait, this isn't Sui. You're right. You're right. My bad. It wasn't Sui. It was Sol. Sui's underneath. Hold on, I'll get to it right now. Back. STX. Here's Sui. So Sui did it, and it did it off its 200. Which is nice. If we pop, it gives it more of a chance of actually holding. SU, Swift. Tau gave back some of yesterday's move, but I guess that's to be expected. Tia. And Total 3 did it as a whole. Right, which is why so many of them did it. Total 3 did it off 200 and retested it actually. So really nice move for Total 3 on the macro. Trump, Turbo, the USDT dominance, by the way, this is good. Excuse me, we want to get stuck underneath this. Right, we want a rejection and we want new lower lows here as money comes into assets. So that's very good that we rejected off of that. It's funny because if you just invert it, it's what we're looking for our alts, but inverted. Right, Doji, bullish engulfing. Just market symmetry, man. The market loves symmetry. Virtuals, I'm almost through the list. Voxel did it off the 50, super strong. I mean, virtuals did it off the 50, super strong. Voxel needs to get back above its 50. Voxel's in a scary spot here, right? Because this vector gap is unforgiving. Like this thing just went. It created no type of support. VRA did a great job. WIF held its 50. WLD held its 50. XCN looks not good, very weak. XLM is looking better. Remember, clears its 50, look to the left, see if it cleared its vector. Right, came down, cleared its vector with that wick. And you've got today's bullish engulfing. Right, that's good. They're good things. XMR. And this is just naked chart, just candle structure, momentum, sort of TA. We're not even looking at trend lines. We're not looking at, right, what's important right now is it going to hold momentum and does it show structure for continuation? XRP, same, came down, gave us that doji yesterday off of the 200, but we want this to close green today. Obviously, at this point, not going to be a bullish engulfing, but you do want it to pop. This sort of candle close here implies to traders that there's going to be wick discovery, and then they'll trade down into that 200 again. ZBCN doesn't care about any of your feelings, and it's just going to keep going. Zero Bro did a good job yesterday of holding, and today had a pretty decent, probably had the best run of anything on the list, to be honest with you. Yeah. 16% as of now. Came down and cleared some of this vector. Let's shrink this up a bit. So, roughly an hour to pump as hard as we can, just to clear some of the nastiness on those charts. For the most part, some of them look good. I mean, most of them look good, honestly. Most of them could still give back some of today's gains and still be and still not violate those dojis and stay bullish engulfing. But some of the lower alts could use some of the bigger alts to move here and help. Which means Bitcoin needs to, if it's going to clear this CME gap, do it quick and then pop out. Give us that measured move.
Dbloc, if you look at Bitcoin on the weekly, like right now, it's in a bearish engulfing candle. But for it to like invalidate that, it would need to like close in the next hour right where your target is for clearing up the gaps up top.
Okay, that's good.
Like
That gives us some,
106.4.
yeah, that gives us some motivation at least.
So if it closes below that, that's a bearish engulfing candle. It needs to get to that body, right? Which is right around 106.4 on my chart. 106.5.
Yeah. Yeah, just about.
I would think they want to. The market makers should be motivated. I don't know. I guess for sentiment purposes, and 'cause usually after a bearish engulfing, especially on a weekly time frame, you'll see a few weeks of downside.
Yeah, I mean,
Or
it's
it's like
not.
a signal.
So if we look at the body highs here, right, just for reference, this line right here, the line of those bodies. Back off. That's what we're retesting, right? Basically retesting the tops. All of these wicks, for the most part, don't count. We're retesting the tops of these bodies. Right? We wick down to the top of this body to the top of this body. But staying above is what we needed. A red week, right? We weren't gonna just have 8, 9, 10 green weeks in a row. Like, this was absolutely crazy, guys. We couldn't have wanted anything better from buying our dips at 74 for there to just be, you know. Remember, we were down here and everybody tell you the bull market was over right before you were about to have 8 green weeks in a row.
Yep.
So the red, it's expected. And the fact that we didn't have a very large candle up top, you would assume that you're going to have a bearish engulfing candle, you know. Not too much of a big deal. But yeah, it would be good for sentiment if, at the very least, and we're doing it right now, but if at the very least we close above that line at 1046, above that body, right? If we go and take off, oh, those are high-low candles. There we go. So on the line chart, you have no wicks. On the line chart, your high is here. Right? This is the Bitcoin ATH that was broken. Not this. None of that exists. Right? That's where price was, not where it closed. Right? That's volatility. This is your actual close. So just staying above that line is bullish. Closing below that for this weekly would be bearish. Right? Because you took the high, but then you couldn't hold it.
Yep.
But now that we were talking about the high lows, we should see that too. So high low candles just show you the entire. They don't care if the price was there. If the price went there, it made a candle. That's where it, you know. But sometimes high low candles can expose support levels or resistance levels that you didn't notice before. What's going on, Brandy? What's going on, Brandy's family? Everybody's having a good time. All that talking got me hungry, though. Order some food. Starting to come back for that CME gap now. Market maker Algo kicked in and said, hold on, guys, I forgot something. I left my wallet. We gotta go back. You guys ever had that friend that you go party with and would always leave his ID? Every group had one, bro, and it was usually the same person. I was talking to our version of that today. He's trying to make me feel bad. He's like, you know how many times you guys left me outside of the club and just went in and partied? Like, bro, you're a grown-ass man, bro. You can't go to the club with 10 guys and then one guy leaves his ID and not everybody's supposed to go home because your dumbass left your wallet.
The amazing Brandies. Thanks for your will to doge, kissing face emoji.
Yeah. One thing I just noticed, Dbloc, is you know, you were talking about the body of the on the line graph.
Yeah.
That's exactly where the CME cap is at 1045.
It's crazy. YouTube chat, what's for dinner? Beef. Yo, that what's for dinner question is like a sentiment test. I'm gonna let y'all in low key. I see a lot of steak, a lot of beef, a lot, and all that reads to me is a lot of people took profits when they were supposed to.
What if when they say just ramen today?
That's that. Yeah, that means something too. Silic Jade, some ramen. Nah, sometimes it's all ramen, bro. And when it's really bad, nobody answers. When it's really bad, bro, one or two people will answer, and everybody else is like, bro, I'm not even in the mood for small talk right now. Oh, my bad, Weetsu. That's a horrible question to ask when someone's fasting. Just look away from the chat for a second. Oh, Olu, that sounds good. My bad, hold on. think the AC in the office, that little portable one that I put in, while you can't hear it on the mic, it's keeping the mic open, like the air circulating around. Yeah, gotcha. For it to fill, it'd have to come all the way down to the bottom. It doesn't have to be right now. When Asia comes in at 8 o'clock, if it's not filled by 8 o'clock, that's gonna be their first order of business. No problem, bro. Yeah, you guys got me wanting something spicy.
Idiots.
You got an open mic, Goshwick. HS said, "Nah, I'm hungry again." So the two things we do here is we take profits and we eat food, bro. Pay ourselves well and we eat well. It's dopamine replacement, HS. Ups and downs in trading drain your dopamine. Comfort food replaces it.
No wonder I've gained like 80 pounds, man.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
We're eating our emotions. 100%. That's why you got to sprinkle the gym in there too. You know what I mean? Like the gym does that too. Go to the gym and you reset all your shit. But that's why I tell you guys on those days that we pump really hard, I'm like, all right, guys, when you're getting your food today, make sure you're getting your favorite dish, that comfort food, that feel good food grandma made for you or whatever. Because when that dopamine drain hits in about an hour, you're feeling like shit. There you go, dance it out. Whatever works. Yeah, ZBCN is like literally just move your stop up. You know, I don't even really know what else to just keep moving your stop up. lock in those gains and then let it ride. Not financial advice. Well, yeah, that's my issue too. I have to be very that's why I'm one of the other reasons why I'm so robotic when I trade is because I have to be very careful what I don't have a lot of dopamine, so I can't just use it willy-nilly.
You know, in my opinion, I think the market makers and the bulls are going to try to invalidate that bearish engulfing candle before close and then come back and fill the gap after.
Yeah, I mean it's similar to what we did, right? On it's similar to what we did on a monthly where we needed to close above that line to stay bullish. Like just for the macro, just for the chart. And then the next month you can come down and take those lows out again and all that and you just worry about the close. But yeah, sometimes you just want to paint a pretty chart. They're masters of farming sentiment, bro. Sustaining it, crushing it when they need to, keeping hope alive when they need to. You know what I mean? Like they're well aware.
And they want to keep both sides guessing. So right now, like if you're in a short position or if you're on the sideline, you're like, oh, it's a bearish engulfing candle. It's going to close bearish. Short it.
One of the
You know,
first
they want
dudes that I
choice.
ever talked to about not even crypto, about trading in general, used to say that a stock chart is the emotions of rich people. And I'm like, what? This didn't make any sense. And now it's like, yeah, you get it. You know what I mean, it's like exactly what it is. It's just charting emotion. It's charting fear and greed. I haven't heard from Zeusy. I've been wanting to ask Zeusy about that, but he hasn't been on. I don't know what happened, but I know Zeusy not gonna let himself get caught up in the middle of anything. Can you imagine trying to talk Zeusy into doing some shit in the middle of a riot? Zeusy, let's go loot this building. He'd be like, well, you know, if you think about it, you're like, bro, they'll leave Zeusy behind, bro. Zeusy be playing the contrarian. You get left behind from every mission. I don't know. Let's see if we can summon him. Nah, he didn't sell his BTC. Zeusy's definitely still holding.
All right. Got 1 hour. See if these bulls can push it.
Yeah, Zeusy's funny. Like, Zeusy, did you short? He's like, no. I need a higher high. Nah, he's just long game. I respect it. Yeah, how you like it, Doge? Remember to spend your guns. You switch to mainnet, you're gonna lose your guns, so you have to spend your guns on either rare items or stuff that you need. And then we'll list that stuff on OpenSea. Play solos, but I jump in there on solos all the time.
If ETH gets above 2547, dude, I think it flies. XRP starting to curl up. The SPY is not helping though. It's trending down. Damn, bro. It's just lost 5,900. There is a Powell speaking tomorrow at like 1, but he's speaking at some kind of like 75th financial conference. I don't think he's gonna say anything groundbreaking. But we did get news like earlier today or last night that no, I think it was today, this morning, that Trump and China are gonna get on a phone call this week.
Interesting. Yeah, these PAL speeches, the only time that they really are an issue is when there's a press question and answer after.
Yeah, I was trying to find out if there was going to be, but it just says it's like some 75th annual International Finance Conference. I don't think there'll be any press though. Maybe I
Nah,
don't
it'll
think so.
probably just be it'll probably just be a speech.
It's at 1 p.m. So people it might be while people are eating lunch. I remember you did a speech like that before.
Nah, definitely not. Yo, if you guys are playing the game, yeah, swap gamer tags and do all that good shit in the Discord. That's the whole point of the community, so you guys can link up. Well, not literally link up. Don't click any links, but yeah, if you want to just post your like, post your gamer tag. Yeah, so this is that push that we wanted, right? We needed a good hour and a half of push to sort of clean up some of these charts. If we can get this measured move on Bitcoin, then when we go back and look at those charts that we just looked at, they're all gonna look a little better.
Hype is just up only. Hype is crazy. ETH's doing like this slow grind. I think I don't know. It needs a pop here. But then again, ETH didn't fall as hard, so maybe it's not gonna get that explosive pop.
Sam, I think the sentiment in here is bullish. I think the sentiment overall on Twitter is pretty bearish right now, though. All right, we'll do gamer tags, but we're not promoting channels in here, guys. There's a slippery slope you guys don't want to open the door to, trust me. Yeah, I don't want to hear about your OF or your Patreon or your... Respectfully.
Getting a ton of whale alerts for XRP. A bunch of XRPs being locked in XRO. And then a bunch was transferred from unknown wallet to unknown wallet. Something's going on with XRP.
But then I gotta turn you up a little bit. Are you using a different mic or you just backed away from the mic a little bit?
No, say I just use my laptop mic.
Oh, okay. Gaming headset works wonders for talking on Discord. It's set up perfect for it because it's like sort of set up for Xbox Live chats or PlayStation chats. So if anybody's looking for a cheap option just to have some good audio, just you guys that like to talk on Discord, a gaming headset is great for that. And then the people in your house don't gotta hear our crazy asses in the middle of the night saying wild shit. Yeah, I like a good boil. Some hot sauce. I don't do a lot of seafood though. But when I do, yeah. Green vector in the last 47 seconds. Twenty-seven seconds. A TP on ZBCN? Bro. Give me a second. My bad. I don't mean to laugh. It's just with ZBCN at this point, you're better off just bringing your stop loss into profit and just chasing it with, you know, like just chase price with a stop loss. But give me a second. I'm trying to see if we're going to get this break here. And then I'll take a look at it for you. Man. Listen. I mean, that's the best we could do, right? The best we could do is find a time frame that's given us some decent support. Hourly is good, right? And every time we go through one of these ranges, I mean, our measured move for this has been gone for the longest. This isn't right either. Measured move should be way bigger than that. Hold on. I don't know why that was taken incorrectly, or maybe I messed the arrow up or something. So once we got to that measured move, right, hop down, tested the 50. Original stop loss would be moved up underneath the 50, right? Then you're just riding it, right? Price tops out again, comes down, test the 50 again. Once you break those highs, you know, you set in a floor. Doing that, you would have eventually probably been stopped out around here. But you would have caught the meat of that move. But now you're sort of looking at the same thing, right? Like, you've already flagged out here. Right? You're on the break of your flag. Hasn't retested yet, but I mean, most people, when they ask me about ZBCN, they've been in it for a minute, right? So they've got some lower numbers. You know, short term, yeah, you could reject off of one of these, maybe double top, come down, clear this vector, retest that flag. But I would be more worried about where my stop losses are than my take profits. But definitely make sure that you're locking in the gains with a stop loss. Not financial advice, just what I would do. Just speaking for myself here. But your measured move just from this local, from your local pattern here would be.
It looks like we're gonna go down a bit more, according to you.
On what? On Bitcoin?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we're still in the weekend trap, right? We haven't had our move either way, so we'll play it like regular. We'll let the chart tell us what the plan is. I would prefer a false move down, free the trap shorts, clear some of this shit. Then maybe we can talk about has whatever that move is. If it doesn't get to 100, we can at least have a discussion. Did it go far enough, right? Could that have been the front run? If we have that false move up, then that means that means we're gonna pump all the way above 109 and then have our
110?
3-day retracement. That's gonna be a way bigger hit on sentiment. And you're basically a waste of a dump. Right? Market maker got priced this far, managed to control it on the weekend this tightly, just to let it
Yeah.
go, to then have to do it again. That just seems like a lot of work and a lot of money.
Yeah, that would be weird.
Yeah, Christy, what was your source for that? That's horrible. Yeah, we can't just have that sitting there. Please don't post shit without double checking. No, it's been going around. I've seen it floating around, so I know that it's from Twitter, right? It's not like they just made it up. But yeah, that's been debunked already. I mean, it just doesn't pass the sniff test, right? Just when you hear it, just think about it logically for a second. Yeah, yeah. It caught some traction. I don't know why, but it caught some traction today. I'm guessing somebody in a really big long position with enough influence to get everybody talking about it. I don't know.
What did they say?
That Jerome Powell is resigning tomorrow and the Trump administration is immediately going to cut rates.
Okay.
That's crazy talk.
I can tell you that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's all good. It happens to the best of us. That would be nuts. Are you kidding me? Listen, first of all, to know if that news was true, you would only have to look at the chart. The God candle that you would see if that was actual factuals.
Unless Alexandria Cortez is taking over from him, then I'll believe it, Dbloc.
Right.
Nancy Pelosi.
Oh my God.
She'll even be a better candidate than Cortez.
D. Good morning. Good morning, my time.
Morning.
Quick question. For liquid, right? Looks massive.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Oh, sorry. For okay. Hyper.
You're still breaking up
Yeah.
a lot.
Might need to disconnect Discord and rejoin. Sometimes some updates happen.
It's okay now.
Dude, what is XRP doing? I just keep seeing whale alert after whale alert. XRP transfer, like millions.
What's the whale alert though?
It's saying
From
XRP
wallet to
transfer.
exchange or from exchange to wallet?
It says transfer from Ripple to unknown wallet. Like 40 million, 40, like clips of just like 40, 80
Okay.
million.
All right. As long as it's to wallets, it's fine. What you don't want to see is wallets to exchanges. Because those are sells. On the 4 hour, you said? We had that bear flag on hyper. Came back up and took its 50, so that's good, right? At least. Still in a bearish channel though. It's just extended. So you want to get to 34 and pop. You want to get above. You need to break this. You need to break all this bearish structure here. Yeah, just created a bigger one. A little bit more pronounced. This will be your test here. This resistance. You got a tiny little bit of a vector here to recover, but more importantly, that's a SR flip there. So if you want to get above that, right, which is what held all of this up. And then we can get rid of some of that bearishness. What I meant to do. I mean, not until you break above some local highs. You've got good structure, right? Structure's there. You just have to make the move, that's all. Right, so your structure's there. But you're really basically at your test now. And this is where Hyper's got to prove it. And it does have some resistance to deal with, obviously. So it's not going to be a clean sort of shoot up. You don't have huge vector gaps over here on the left sort of waiting to be recovered, right? It's not your ideal sort of setup. But structurally it's there. What you're missing is your motivation. So you've got bullish pattern, that's trying to form and your bearish structure that's still the dominant pattern until that breaks. Right? Little tug of war. That drop brings us down to macro support resistance. Right? That hasn't been retested after the break. So if bulls fail here, it would just be to do that, in my opinion. Chicken wings almost here.
Your delivery guy must know you by now.
Bro, I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen a delivery person since COVID. I'm still on that leave it at the front door shit. Nah, every once in a while I'll catch them coming in.
Yeah, COVID. Remember when we brought stuff and they dropped it on the porch and you washed off the milk and you washed off everything? Eat, Louis. Can you believe it? We come a long way, buddy.
Sprayed all your bags with bleach solution.
And you can all be in the same room, but just stand 6 feet apart. That's it. That's all.
Hey, listen, some of those things I like. I still demand my 6 feet in public, bro.
You know what? I'm a germophobic sort of. Me and my wife. She's a doctor, and so some of the stuff people always used to laugh at me. Now it's become like you have to do it, and I'm like cool with that.
Standing in
But
stores with somebody right behind me, like I'm at the cash register and there's somebody like right on my neck, still feels
oh yeah,
it still feels weird.
yeah, I'm with you. It was just weird if you fly, where okay, you can take your mask off when you eat. The germs will go on holiday for that amount, whatever, how long you eat. And the germs will be back the minute you finish eating. Then you've got to put your mask on if you sit next to someone in a plane. There's some weird stuff.
Good times. I'll be right back.
Our bulls, come on, 30 minutes left. We gotta get to 106, man. I'm telling you, we gotta get to 106.
Kind of fun watching this shit with a target, right? Like
Yep.
having
Just
that
trying.
daily or like intraday sort of bull or bear target, like not even measured move, but I mean like just when you're trying to paint a nice chart.
I'm
Just
rooting
get
for
rid of that.
bear. I want to buy.
Like I think if that candle does close that weekly at a bearish engulfing, then I think June is just gonna be just choppy and down. Figure people go away for summer break. It's gonna be low volume. But if they wanna keep people engaged over the summer, yeah, they should definitely push it a little bit higher for the weekly. There's a hope. There's hope.
Yeah, that's the perfect image.
The motivation.
Yeah, there's no second best. This is the best image for this place. Spot on.
Liquid with the 5 gifteds. Appreciate you, brother. W gifts. W new members.
And also, we haven't seen an XRP run at all on this rally. Maybe all this like money that's transferring around is getting ready for an
And that would
XRP.
really help this.
Cost.
That would really help with dominance because we need someone else to jump in and help ETH with this pullback on dominance. Like dominance did a good. I mean, ETH did a good job, but the fact that everything else didn't sort of join the party is what kept it from sticking, in my opinion.
XRP tested those lows, man. I got it all the way down to 207. I thought it was gonna test two. Like if 207 didn't hold, like yeah, the next line I had was $1.99. Which is crazy because that's the price when Bitcoin was at like 80K still.
I know, right?
Just Sui looks like it's about to start running without everybody.
Come on, BTC, give us a wake above.
Oh wow. Hyperliquid just passed Sui in market cap. Barely. They're almost tied for number 11, number 12 spots. They're both at 11.4 billion.
That's a lot. 11.4 billion.
Yeah. Yeah, Hyperliquid might be coming for Cardano, man. It needs to double up from here to get in top 10 though. Oh man, 10 minutes. These bulls can't do it. The S&P futures aren't helping either, though. They're pointing down. Slightly, though. They're trying to curl back up, though. 58.99.
It's gonna take that liquidity, I'm sure. Just a quick wake above.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to close
Yeah.
above that body.
Come on, Bitcoin, you can do it.
Looks like it's running out of time, man. Running out of time.
Every second counts, bro.
Bulls couldn't do it, man. He couldn't do it.
There might be next candle play some role to grab that liquidity or leave the wick above. Welcome.
Maybe it's a trap to get bears to think, oh, going down.
I'm still sure it's gonna go up and grab that liquidity and then it's gonna come down. I'm still sure. Just inviting early sellers. It's always first move fake, then reversal.
Good morning, beautiful people. How we looking out here? What is it, Sunday night? Yes, it's Sunday night. Looks like we're above CME gap. Yeah, zoom in on that.
Will run over? Question mark.
So is the bull market over?
If you follow social media, definitely. That's for sure. 100%.
What's the word, late night crew?
What's up?
Chilling, chilling. Got home from the gym a little while ago.
That's nice. That's very nice.
All right, what Asia do? Asia came in and just filled that gap right away. First thing, huh?
Not surprising at all.
Literally on their opening candle. All right. Well, you guys that have been here a while, you know what time it is now. Wait for that move out of the weekend trap. See which one frees the trap longs or shorts. I'm telling you, I think it's going to be the shorts. It just makes more sense. It just makes sense. Like, it's such an effortless move.
Oh, hey, Dbloc, quick question. So let's say we're not gonna get a drop with dominance and we're just gonna stay high. We won't see a good alt run or rally until we actually pass and hold all-time high in Bitcoin.
Well, I mean, that's when you would expect to see. That's when we popped the last time, right? Getting above all-time highs really what sent everything. That's when alts tend to shine, when Bitcoin's in price discovery. But I'm really hoping this thing just rolls over here. Like, I was trying to ignore this cup and handle, but instead is building right now.
Yeah.
You know.
At least
Oh
we've got a W with 1, 2 rises, and then this one would be the third, and hopefully
yeah.
we get a big dump.
The I even put the hammer away because I didn't want to piss dominance off. Like, you know what? That's just gonna get it mad. Then it's gonna do something stupid.
It's already playing stupid games.
Where's our high at? Yeah, that would still be a lower high, but man, gave back so much of this, man. So rare to get such a hard drop on Dom just to give it back, you know. get rid of this CME gap. That's done. Let's go down and track momentum on lower time frames here. Welcome if you got them. Yeah, the thing about feelings though is that the more locked in you get, and the more sort of different corners of this that you're watching, your feelings start to become educated. Right? It's not, you're just not running off a pure just retail feeling anymore. Right? Those feelings become more like instincts. Right? That are sort of ingrained into your synapses through experience. Be honest with you, a lot of the shit I do is instinct. At least a lot of
Bro,
my
did you
initial thesis for trades comes from instinct, and then I go out of my way to find confirmation, right? Many levels of confirmation.
where did that come from? Like, did you just like pick out a question in my brain and answer it somehow?
I have no idea. It just maybe, bro. That just popped in. Oh no. Somebody in YouTube chat said that they don't trust feelings anymore.
Oh, okay. I was like, bro, how'd you get in my head like that?
I was gonna ask, like, because like on my side, it's become like when I start feeling something, when I get like a little too excited or I get nervous, like those are my red flags. Like I start charting again when I start feeling that way. Usually, like if you're starting out, when you feel that way, it's like you follow it, right? When you get excited, you want it to go higher.
Yeah, well, those are like emotions. I'm not talking about that. What I mean is like when you're on a chart and there's a setup and it technically looks like it should go, but you get that tickle in the back of your neck, like
You get your spider senses start
yeah, like
tingling.
this, and you might not even. I'll be honest with you, doing this channel in the Discord has helped me put a lot of the unsaid shit. Has allowed me to like quantify a lot of the unsaid shit that was just happening sort of in the background. Having to explain why I took a certain trade or having to explain why I think something will work out, it doesn't, makes me like vocalize that, right? But a lot of it used to just be internal. So that's helped me a lot. There's been a couple times where I'm like, oh, that's why I do that. Okay.
Can I also ask you a question? I don't know if it's weird or other people like it's happening to other people like me. I woke up right now. Look at what time I started talking or chatting. It's exactly when we did this stopping volume and double bottom. It's come to a point when I sleep and when I wake up or when I go back to the charts, it's like I feel something when I'm away from the charts and it tells me that like something's about to happen because this is usually like your body's kind of aligned with the clock when you should trade.
I mean, if
And
you're
it's
used
been
to trading
happening a
at
lot
certain
lately.
hours, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like
It's like
you're
I had
trying to say more like intuition. Like I've kind of had
yeah
that feeling where it's like, ooh, I think I need to go to the screen real quick and check things out.
yeah yeah
And then you
yeah.
get there, and suddenly there's a big, not a big move, but there's some play to be
It's just
had,
setting up,
or
right?
you adjust your stop loss into profit before a
Yeah.
big move. Yeah, I've had one or two where I was like, I kind of feel weird, and it's like I'm gonna walk over to the computer real quick, and then we had a little rendezvous.
Yeah, like with this right now, like I started the day talking like with a carpenter because I'm having something repaired in the house. I had coffee, breakfast, was talking to my girl, and then suddenly, like I was like, excuse me, I go straight to the computer and I'm like looking at stopping volume plus a retest, and that's a higher low. I'm like, oh, this looks like a good setup. Let's see what happens. And it's not really psychic, Ardo. It's more of like,
Get him.
yeah.
Which?
It's more of like you just have this feeling, this weird itch. Just have this weird itch at weird times of the day, and you just have to take a look. Cause I was in a short and like I already took profit, but like I took a nice long like nap. I was gonna let Monday morning, figure itself out. But at exactly like the last 30 minutes, I was like, I gotta check on something. Mm. So, wait. Dbloc, is that okay? So this is really like a really important question for me. Now we're on the 5 minute, right? You have the 200, like just kissing the 800, right?
Mm.
If that 200 goes below the 800, that's gonna be like a little bearish, right? And you have the 50 chasing that 800 as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just because your EMAs are rolling over, right? You want your EMAs facing up if you want to go up.
Yeah,
All of your
yeah,
feet, if
exactly.
all of your EMAs are facing down, you know what? Your 13 and your 5 are starting to curl up a little bit, but your 200's already rolled over. Your 800 is basically rolled over. This was like the apex here. Your 50, so you've got everything facing down. You're in the beginning of your momentum shift, right? Your smaller EMAs are your momentum leaders, right? They're the ones that have to convince the larger EMAs to turn up.
Like the stochastics can give you like they definitely give us a little bit more insight into if it's gonna curl up or not, or attempt to, right?
Yeah. If your low time frame stochastics are at the bottom, the problem is that for the most part, I'm pretty sure that
I'm looking at the 5 minute one, and it definitely looks like it's still got upwards to go.
for 1 minute here, it's not that bad. Your 4 hours up top, your 1 hours way down. A lot of your longer time frame stochastics are already low.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's your 1 hour stochastic is already come all the way back down to the bottom. Your daily's at the bottom. Your 4 hour is sitting up top though. So if you go to the 4 hour, your 4 hour stochastic is already topped and coming back down. Which means sort of longer time frame, right? Or mid range, you should say, will have some selling pressure. But your daily is already at the bottom and starting to kick up. Yeah. Right? Last time we were at bottoms, that run, the relief that fell apart. This was crazy because we basically just trended sideways while the stochastic went without us. So yeah, you should have another little push up here. The problem is, like you can tell, since the daily's already down. It just looks like that. Since the 4 hours up top, anytime our stochastics push from the bottom, right, they're gonna have that resistance. And then when they turn around to come down, they'll have the help of the 4 hour stochastic. So until this 4 hour stochastic gets to the bottom, we're gonna have some sell pressure. That doesn't mean that you have to go down, but it means that you have to have enough volume to defeat it.
Oh damn, I'm on mute. Can you double click on your screen again? Let me see those indicators on the bottom. Those are pretty cool. I saw Cypher, I saw RSI.
RSI, stochastic, Cypher, CBD, MACD, fear and greed,
CBD.
Bitcoin hash rate,
Oh.
Bitcoin hash rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your hash rate.
You got a lot of windows on there. What's like the size of your monitor?
32 inch.
Yeah, I was looking at everything. I said, "Dang."
Yeah, it's a 32. Regular layout.
Us peasants are working with half of that Dbloc.
Bro, I need the pixel space. I like pixel real estate is crucial. And I thought the setup was perfect till I started streaming on YouTube. And you guys stole 2 of my monitors for my setup.
Now you need more.
Literally,
It's
yo.
never enough.
Literally,
It's
YouTube
never
chat,
enough.
Discord, and then the stream, the live for the stream and the Streamlabs overlay shit. Definitely stole 2 of my monitors, so I had to cop another one. I mean, you could go with a million small, like I've seen the setups that have like the 1080p, regular layout, maybe like 17 inch or whatever, and there's like 30 of them. But it's all about the pixel space, right? So bigger size, higher resolution monitors will get you more pixel space. And then you can just split charts up, you know what I mean? Like in the actual.
I'm looking at like Easy Algo's new daily and weekly pivot for Monday, and for the week it's all red. So that means the price is underneath the pivot points right now. All of the pivot points for the daily, all the pivot points for the weekly are above the price point.
See, like,
They're
look at
all wide.
this. So this is a 4 chart on my regular screen, right? But watch when I put it on my, because my main monitor that I work off is the 49 inch. 49 inch ultra wide.
Ultra wide goes hard, bro. That shit better be 4K.
Hold on. Then you go to.
Yeah, at that distance it better be 4K, or else everything's gonna look kind of pixelated at 1080.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. OLED is where it's at, bro. Truthfully, I had a monitor I was testing it out. I was on some like shits and giggles. I had a 4K OLED monitor. My God, the image, man. It was right when I started trading crypto too. So like on the charts, it was beautiful. And then my smart self decided to return it, get back my 1,300 in cash, and invest. And got liquidated off a copy trading account, which I again advise that nobody ever touches because that 100% win rate is a bunch of scam
Bro,
bullshit.
I could put. Oh my god! If I ever wanted to get people to copy trade me, bro, it's so easy to get to a high win rate on paper. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? But yeah, see,
yeah.
look, that's
I
on the
wish you were
ultra
here a
wide.
month
That
ago.
layout is way better. Right, just more pixel real estate.
Yes.
It's clean. Did we close that CME gap? I just left
Yeah,
Applebee's. So I'm a couple drinks in. I'm heading home. We closed the gap. Nice. Okay, that's good. I think that's good, right? Because I was expecting it to, so it
yeah,
must
yeah.
be
You
good.
want to get it out the way. As soon as Asia came in,
And that's got to hold until market open,
what's done already?
or
It's done.
that's it. Okay, so it's absolutely real. Beautiful.
Successful weekend for market maker. Now we just wait for the signs for the directionality of the week. OLEDs are cool. You're gonna be doing a lot of reading, like the research, my research monitor. Yeah, that for the text and everything. But honestly, guys, for your charts, don't go crazy. I mean, if you're a min maxer, you know, like I am, then we end up just going crazy because, but it's not necessary.
Bro, I just bought some portable monitors off Amazon for like 69 bucks. They're pretty awesome, man. They hook up super easy to my laptop, and it's great because I travel quite a bit, so it's
Nice.
nice and easy
Oh yeah,
to transport that.
little workstation.
I
Yep.
actually just Yeah, I just
Yeah.
bought one myself around well it was like back during Black Friday, but I got one yeah, same case scenario. And it's gonna come in handy because I'm gonna be in I'm gonna be at a wedding overseas. I'll be in France this summer for like 10 days. And I'm like, all right, I got this set. I got my portable monitor, I got my MacBook, I got the little portable mouse and keyboard. Like I'm chilling. I'm gonna set it up over there in the hotel for like 10 days. Hopefully, if I'm not wiped out by then.
And number one goal is just to be able to stay in the game, keep some skin in the game, just protect that capital. Don't
Live.
even
Bro,
look
if you
for
saw how
profit.
I traded before I joined this channel, if you saw how I traded before I joined, you'd be dumbfounded. I took my
Bro, I don't.
beginner's luck. I took my beginner's luck and I ran with it. I ran with it. So very much
You'd be
so.
surprised,
But
man. A lot of us were in that exact same boat, and then we found this community.
yeah, no, Dbloc hit me with reality. He's like, listen, man, this is how it is, and this is how it's gonna be. When you told me 100K tuition fee, I said, no, thank you.
Hey, bro, it happens. Shit.
That's what I'm trying to
And
avoid.
that's
I'm good with
if you're
money.
lucky enough to like, oh man, if you're unlucky enough to come into this with money and you don't know what you're
Oof,
doing, oh,
oof.
oh,
God bless.
that's
I can't do it.
generational shit. You could really, yeah, no, you could do some damage.
Oh god. Oh god.
Yeah, someone said it. There was a talk about this, like a couple of days ago to a week ago. Someone said it. You can choose your tuition. It could be a cheap tuition
Yeah.
or it could be a Harvard tuition. You gotta make your choice, though.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
You could pay that DeVry tuition.
Yeah, it'll be as cheap as you want to make it. On God.
Yeah, and you learn the lessons are the same.
Uh-huh. I think the biggest thing is just learning like the manipulation of your own emotions. You know what I mean? When you watching that money plummet, you like go.
Brother, it's learning manipulation altogether. That's what I think, because that's something I did
Yeah.
not know existed until I started paying really close
That,
attention.
I
that's
think
why I had to make a compromise.
once you get to a certain part, you go from not knowing what manipulation is to seeing manipulation everywhere to realizing it's not really manipulation. I mean, it is. Don't get me wrong. Like everybody wants the price to either go A or B or whatever, right? But I used to think that the whales had these meetings and they all just got together on Friday and decided, you know, we're gonna wreck the little guy on
Let's go after the
Monday as
little
soon
guy.
as the bell rings. You know, and it's not really like what it is just people with that size money are making the same decisions, they're in the same amount of profits, and you know, for the most part, the percentage that you need to be happy is a lot less than the percentage they need to be happy. So while you're still
Yeah,
waiting to hit your target, they already hit there.
that's fair.
Yep. Yep.
You know.
I guess you're right. You can only go two ways, right? Up or down.
And there's another way. When you explained it with the market maker manipulation as a business side rather than they're gonna
Hmm.
just come get you. That really was a good like point for me to like. It really opened my eyes at how you explained it like that.
Exactly, bro. It's like if you go to a store or like you go to the bank and they lend you money and then they charge you for your money back and then, you know, now you have all this money and then all of a sudden your money goes down. Like they didn't manipulate your bank account. They offered you a service and then you had to pay for it. And the good thing about crypto is you don't have to be the one to pay your loan back. You can jump in, get a loan from market maker, push some leverage through the market, take profit, and let the next dummy next to you pay for it. Market maker's not greedy. He doesn't care if he just wants his money back. Like that's how much of a good guy he is that he doesn't even want it back from you. He just wants it back. If you're smart enough to get out of the way before that bill has to be paid, then you don't even got to pay it. Now, certain
Most
whales
definitely.
and whales fighting each other and certain certain projects fighting each other, trying to wreck each other. That's the same as everything, right? That's like if you frequented a business that was in some sort of business war with another business and they were trying to ruin each other, and one day you came and the business was shut down and your favorite, you know, your favorite bar was closed. A lot of it really is
The
just
nature of
business.
capitalism,
Yeah.
competition.
Yeah. Like everybody, whenever a crypto project fails, everybody screams rug pull or manipulation or this is why we need regulation. And it's like, yo, what about regular businesses? The percentage of
Yeah,
regular businesses that fail and
oh,
fail miserably, you know what I mean? Or the amount of regular businesses that aren't profitable for the first 5 years. But if your coin
yeah.
doesn't 3x immediately, it's some sort of, you know, manipulation or it's some sort of rug pull. It's like, no, maybe it was
Not
just a
fair.
shit idea, you know? Maybe that coin that was supposed to get snowshoes for dogs in Hawaii probably wasn't the best idea, and that's why it failed.
For hat.
Who said that they were a terrible trader before Dbloc? Were you like losing money, or you just were wasting time?
What happened?
Like somebody said that they were terrible trader before they found your channel, and I was just curious. Like, was it a loss in value or just time? Like, because there's wasting time is
Mixture of both. Like I think it has a lot of to do. Like for me, like for Dbloc, is the delivery. You know what I mean? At least for me.
Nah, that has a lot to do with it, bro. I say that shit all the time. That's why I like this channel, because it's like everybody will find somebody who they can relate to. And I think that makes a big difference. The way people explain things, like, oh, well, damn, why didn't you just say it like that the first time?
I started
What up?
what do
It's
you
goody,
call it?
man.
Losing so much money when I just stopped trading on my phone.
Yeah,
Compromise.
that's another thing.
Don't trade on the fucking phone.
No, it's not a mobile game. You know,
On my life. Yo.
people play that shit like a
Yo,
mobile
that's one of
game
my
at red
biggest lessons.
lights.
I feel like you gotta
Don't
make
trade
that
on your phone,
compromise
man.
because it's so alluring. I feel like we're retail until you let go of the phone, like, and take it a little more
Nah,
serious.
bro, just get your dopamine doom scrolling on social like everybody else, bro. You know.
I mean, you
Oh
guys don't
man, there's
set up.
something about losing money.
You guys don't set up like on your PC and you know all your
No.
TPs, and then maybe you're just away for a little bit, and then you like intervene on your phone.
Oh, I'll track stuff on my phone. Yeah, if I gotta leave the house, I'll definitely use it to track. But I know people that have been trading for a long time just strictly on apps. Like they don't even look at charts on their PC, and it's like, wow, bro.
I can't do that.
And successfully, some. There's some people that I'm like, wow, when you get your hands on a PC, you're gonna be a problem. Like if you're doing this type of damage on the phone.
I know, kid. I know, kid.
You have multiple browsers open with several trades going on and different exchanges.
That's
So I
me.
have a friend who's
Yeah,
shown
yeah.
me like
Bro, I
his
just got done on
phone screen,
Misfortune.
bro. It's just too much going on at once.
Some of my best trades were on the phone.
On the toilet.
That was degen luck right there is what that was.
Just like, when you're out in the cut, sometimes you can't be in front of the computer. So what do you got to do? You're not going to, wait 5 hours to
It's
get
some
back
of
to
the
the
best
computer.
exits. Some of my best exits have been mobile.
Yes, that's what I was trying to get at. I've saved myself on my phone before.
Yeah, mobile. Like I can see the
You hear me?
exit. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I've just kind of always screwed myself
Hello?
doing it on the phone.
I mean, it could work for entry too. If you wake up in the morning and you're not by your computer and your phone's next to you and you see a crazy drop that you don't think is going to hang out there for another 10 seconds, you better use your phone.
But my laptop has its own pillow.
This thing right next to me.
Oh yeah,
Check
just like
out
that.
his,
Yeah. If
check
it's like
out
that,
his own pillow. But nah, yeah.
Like desk, bed.
I mean, shit, you can do a lot more damage on a phone than you could before. Give it that.
Oh yeah, you could chart on it now. I mean, you ever see that dude Crypto?
Bro.
That dude's doing, he's doing trend lines and all types of fun stuff on there.
I think it's hilarious because he'll make you turn your head to the side. Like he won't even rotate the chart.
For real, man.
He'll just put it
Well,
in landscape, and you got to turn your head to the side while you're watching the video.
Screen capture himself with like the record button showing and all that.
Nah, he's funny, bro.
But I tell you, if you go on Amazon and get a portable monitor for like $69, like I just did, you just get USB-C, the Thunderbolt, plug it into your phone, and then you got an extended screen on your phone.
Nah,
It's
they're cool,
crazy.
and they got ultra wide ones too, which are really
Yeah.
good for charts. There's
Don't sleep
something
on
nice about
projectors.
being able to see a coin's entire history, right, without having to squish the chart. At least for macro, right? It's clutch.
Yeah, a lot of people sleep on projectors too, and it's better for your eyes.
Projectors are cool. You need a wall for all my walls are textured is a problem. I'd have to like find a flat wall for projector. Or get a screen.
Yeah, you could just drop a curtain too. Okay.
And you can't go cheap. I mean you can,
No.
but my buddy had a projector and that shit was loud. I was just imagining what that would sound like. Like I probably wouldn't even be able to have the mic on. I have to get one of those small laser short throw projector things.
The laser ones are, dude, they're so quiet.
The LEDs, they're not that loud now, like the new ones. Mine's not that loud. I have an LG.
But yeah, as far as trading setups, like if you've got a decent gaming setup, you've already got more than you need for trading. If you're building a PC, just make sure you have a lot of memory for all your web pages and your charts, and make sure your graphics card can give you at least 4 screens. You can split them into more after that, but
I mean, your GPU is super important in the sense that most charts are hardware accelerated now.
yeah.
Browser's pretty important too, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Bro, when my fans
Yo,
were
D.
set on that weird ass schedule, whenever I would put my chart on like the 15-minute where it had the most amount of liquidation levels, my computer would freeze up. It was like way too much. Like if I had it like this and I started whipping shit around the chart, I would freeze my computer up. But yeah, it is the world's best game with the world's worst graphics.
Are we talking about off of the grid?
I'm talking about trading view.
Oh shit.
Trading.
There's some stuff to be.
Yeah, what's up?
worked about.
Is that I'm looking at BTC on a lower time frame, like 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a bear flag?
Where?
Hanging on the 200? On the 15?
Oh, this little thing here?
Are these set of candles a bear? Yeah, it looks like it, right?
I mean, you'd have to go way lower than the 15 if you want to actually see the flag there. And no, it's not really a flag, but it is, you know, double topping.
On the 15, because it's just like down.
15-minute, we have a stopping volume candle.
Yeah.
That hasn't invalidated itself yet.
Because I'm like, I just saw this.
Now this here is turning into a bearish channel. This entire thing here is turning into a bearish channel though. Right, we got to keep an eye on that.
Your Dom looks like it wants to come down a little bit, maybe.
Man, I'm not even gonna go big screen on Dom. There's a cup and handle that looks really good, and I feel like if I look at it, I'm almost gonna will it into breaking out, so I'm gonna ignore it. I'm looking at it out of the corner of my eye. I see it breaking down. I'm just going to pretend it's not there. Don't want to scare it away. Okay, Neve, you might need a new monitor, brother. Man said he's had the same monitor since 18. That shit has no eye protection. You're just getting cooked. The eyeballs are just getting cooked.
Yeah, when I'm in Romania, I got this one. It's a old TV from like 2016, but it's a huge TV, but it still works fine. It's a flat screen and shit. 2015.
The lag must be really bad on that though, right? Like when you
No,
move the
it's
mouse around on it.
HDMI. No, it's on HDMI. It works fine.
Next thing you know, we're gonna have a GoFundMe for Drew's blood leukemia or something.
Problem I always had with the big screen TVs, and maybe it's just because I'm sensitive to it because I've been a gamer for so long, but the input lag is horrible. Like it's not you don't get an instant response, and it's not a lot, and some people don't notice it, but for me, oh my god, it's torture, bro. Now it's
And
not
if
so bad. Some of the new TVs now are really decent, like sub millisecond input lag. Under 1 millisecond is not really detectable, but I can definitely tell you the difference between like 1 millisecond and 3 millisecond input lag. All my shooters out there know the time between you pulling the trigger and the bullet actually coming out of your gun. And GTA, we're talking about video games here. It sounded like I was talking to my militia or something.
I know, man. You came in here the other day saying you were getting your piece, and man, you're starting to worry me a bit.
You know, I'm a complicated individual, bro.
We know you're playing the beta version of GTA.
What was it the other day? The market maker allegations.
That's funny, bro. It's a joke. It's obviously a joke and it's funny, right? But sometimes I come down and I sit at the other day I came down and sat in front of the screen and the price started moving and I literally didn't get online. I was like, you know what? I'm not even gonna do it to myself. Just let me finish this stuff that I gotta do on the
Smart
side
man.
here.
Smart man.
Yeah, I remember the other day. That was the other day. The chart started moving, and you said like, "What's up, fam?" And I was like, "Yeah, he just came back from his other job."
They say there's remote viewers exist.
It
Maybe he's
used
a
to
remote viewer.
it used to be the opposite, bro. During the bear market, I'd get on and people would literally scream, "No, no, get out of here!" Because every time I'd get on, price would just dump. Had a real bad. I guess it's not even a bad luck streak because we wanted it to go down, but it was like the opposite.
Here we go. Let's knock out that bottom of that channel. Give it a little kiss.
That was just a grammatical error due to lack of well, due to New York City public school education. That's what we'll call it,
I'm glad price stayed pretty low. It's Monday coming up.
Yo, can we like
That
for
is
a minute?
good.
Can we for a minute back up and like give the market maker his props for doing his job this weekend? Because they really kept
Yeah.
that shit right at CME. I mean, the only time they went down was the trap shorts, higher low, back into the trap, kept it tight,
Yo,
saved all
props.
that, farmed all that liquidation for the move up.
You gave me what I wanted. I was like, dude, just please keep the price here or lower until Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my Doge average a little bit lower now. But still, my heaviest buys were at like 22 cents. So I'm still a little bit down on my position.
Man, I took out right before that thing dipped earlier.
Good,
I'm
good.
waiting. I'm waiting for it to like find a nice little common bottom.
Yeah, I could have bought a new Bronco with how much my portfolio's down. Push-ups.
Hey, check this out. This guy earlier, hold on, let me see if I can find it. This guy earlier on Twitter was like, I've been charting. Like one of the guys has been going at the bears kind of heavy. He's like, I've been charting all you Twitter geniuses, TA, for the past year, 2 years. Watch this. He basically tweeted this and was like, I've been watching you. Don't think I haven't been watching you. And he marked every time someone got on Twitter and called the end of the bull market. That's some funny shit. I remember these down here. These were loud. I mean, loud and wrong. You can be loud or you could be wrong, but you can't be loud and wrong. Like, you got to pick a struggle. Loud and wrong is crazy.
Yeah.
It's too...
What's up?
What up?
Man, what's this coin called white? This damn thing.
It's that white boy coin.
I have no idea, bro.
This ridiculous thing. It's like, is it a black rock coin or something? White rock or something?
No. I'll go out on limb and say
Yeah,
it has nothing to do with BlackRock.
I got some white rock.
Man, I went and shorted this thing on 1x. Shorted it on 1x at like 15 or 16. Man, they went and took me to the limit all the way to almost liquidation on the damn short just to not do it and bring me right back where I started.
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
And then got right up and on 1x. How sick is that?
The round trips are amazing. Those are my favorite, I swear.
A
Like,
round
you go
trip in the wrong direction.
It's the whole adrenaline rush.
That's why I was quiet. It was disgusting.
This happened to me
Neve says,
so
I never
many
hear
times.
Emad talk about longing. Emad just shorts shitcoins, bro. That's his. He's on a just short shitcoin run.
Huh? No, I actually only long spot, but nobody even cares. It's just people have selective hearing and want to hear what they want to hear.
We care, man. We care.
You get a lot of attention when you talk about shorting or using high leverage. But when you talk about doing spot and DCAing into it, you get no attention.
That shit is boring, bro. It's not sexy.
And that's a fact.
It's
Listen to
sexy
what
when
that
you
guy
got
said.
when you pour extra money at the end of the season because you were patient and DCA.
Yeah, then they're like, teach
Man,
me
if
your
I
ways.
forex my money, sheesh. I just need a 20%, guys.
Me too.
If I get a 50%, I could probably retire for life.
Well,
That's it.
Well, then you need to start holding longer, bro. You've been in some plays that would have given you that.
No, I just counted, and I've been in 6 plays that could have made me more than $1 million in the
Okay,
last year
don't
and a
ever
half.
do that again. I know what you did, and that's not good, bro. I've done
It
the same
hurts,
thing.
yeah.
That's not good.
And I had them in my hand too, and I was just looking at some charts, and I was looking at my portfolio, my order books, my old orders, and I was like, dude,
No, you start
why
doing
did
some
I
of that
sell
math.
that?
Yeah.
Push-ups galore.
No, that's bad, bro. That's bad. That shit'll screw your brain up for the next 24 hours.
The Pepe play was probably my worst.
Yeah, that's bad, bro. I say I never had them opportunities.
So
Not yet.
300 million market cap for a bag full of pork like a dummy.
That's bad when E-Mad comes in and says that's bad.
Well, that big time play though, Emad, right? You got out of big time early before it did the crazy thing.
Yeah, I guess you can count that when I first started.
Yeah. We all do it, bro. There's
I
always
do
one
that.
that got away. Which, you know, I kind of look at
But
it
that
different
was
now. I go back and look at it and say, damn, if there's been just countless opportunities to do the right thing, you just got to do the right thing next time, you know?
Well, I guess if you look at it like that, I could have did it if it was 100K and then it went 9x, and I could have not.
Nah, I would have been over, bro. You'd been gone right now. You'd be somewhere else. I know you.
Well,
You'd have been
need
like,
to do
oh,
anything.
that's it. It's been
See,
fun,
that's all I
guys.
need. I'm not the one to sit here. Once I get it, I'm done. I promise you.
It
I
was.
promise you,
It's
I won't
been
let it
fun,
screw
guys.
me.
I'm out. I'll be back when it runs out.
I have something to put that into. Trust me. Let them give it to me.
That's funny.
Like a list of
I
like
guess that would be what I did.
Yeah.
of like the 100 millionaires that's lost everything in crypto. Because you know how they have like the one list of the lottery winners, right?
Mhm.
Yo, that would be a good little thing to have. Just like a shit list of crypto, like the
Nobody would.
biggest losers.
People don't admit it, but people don't like to talk about their L's.
Yeah, that's true.
The biggest losses, you know, you'll never hear about them.
I don't know, man. I guess it would be like an expose, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you could do
If
it.
your losses
You
were
could
your
look at.
tuition fee, James Wynn just went through a doctorate, man.
You could do it. You could have a list of wallets, you know, wallets that have taken the biggest losses on chain, but doxing those wallets would be the difficult thing. I'm sure you catch a couple people. But that's screwed up though, right? That's like making a list of businesses that have failed and just make like a top 100 Forbes losers list. That's not right. And it kind of goes against the whole ethos of
Morally, it's not
privacy.
right.
Kind of
Oh,
goes
get
against
some
the whole
impression.
ethos of privacy and security and anonymity
Hey,
and
they're asking for transparency nowadays.
right.
I mean, if the guy whoever did it got doxxed, if he's doxable, that means he didn't cover his tracks, right?
Yeah.
Out.
Yeah, Coinbase thinks I made like 130K this year. I'm like, what? What are you talking? Where's that coming from? Maybe a year and a half ago.
So they definitely don't think I did that. Yeah, I guess that was pretty bad what I did. But you know what's even worse is
Nah,
having
no,
the
I didn't
3.8
say it for you to be thinking like
mine.
put that shit out of your mind, bro.
Well, it's true, but that's crazy because I was right when I started too, and I could have went right to it and had it. But then the worst thing, worse than that, is having 3.84 bitcoins at 28K.
Yeah.
That's the worst for me.
That too. That would have been a nice chill bull market.
And I could have been sitting right now at that and done nothing and still be sitting here waiting for more. Anyway.
But that's a good thing, bro, because I mean, have you ever had a job where you could go home and be like, damn, you know, I could have made a meal today if I would have just done like, no, there's those opportunities. You don't get these opportunities.
That was my intention. That was my greedy intention from the start. That's why when I didn't get it on that big time and I missed it, then I came back to it again. That, well, of course, you know what happened after that.
Yeah.
That was the intention coming in, that I was going to take 100K and get $1 million off it, which could have actually it happened. And if that didn't happen, then I could have at least had the 400. Oh well. Now if I could just get what I had back, I'll be happy with that.
You know how many people were
So
here
give me a
trading
damn.
when you made that first Bitcoin? When you first, just in this group, right? Not to point fingers or nothing, but just in the people that
No,
we
it's
know.
Fly. Fly's the one that told me.
No, what I'm saying is, do
I
you
remember
know?
the day.
No, what I'm saying is, do you know how many people were trading that day that aren't even here anymore? Even though that failed for you, that one play, like you're still here, right? Like, I mean, there's people that are gone, bro.
Yeah.
People that are.
I mean, I got a
out of
chance to
there.
get it back, but damn, I remember the day where Fly said, "Don't do nothing, just keep it and do nothing."
Yeah.
Like he knew, and damn, if I would have listened. Well, but here we are. Give me a damn crypto run at the end of this damn thing, please?
Touch the stove a couple times, you know. That's what it is.
Holy crap, man. Well, I'll come back next time around at the bottom. Whenever this bottom of this bear is over with, it's time to get in. Give me a 60K Bitcoin. I might not be able to get 4, but I'll definitely come back and get 1.
There is no bear.
Where the fuck
That's
at?
honestly my biggest fear. You know that. My biggest fear isn't not making a profit here. My biggest fear is that there is no bear. And by fear, I mean,
well,
think of what that means, right? If there is no bear, that means that you better be happy with your Bitcoin count right now.
Yep.
Because if we don't get that 70, even 60% retracement where you get the compound and reload, then do you have enough Bitcoin? That's the shit that keeps me up at night.
I hate to say it, but there's a little confluence to that because Powell's like his current term ends May 2026. So like that's literally while Trump's in office. You really think he's gonna get another nomination?
Nah, probably not. But the bear market's gonna come regardless. BlackRock and these institutions, they're gonna want to take profit on their first successful year of ETFs, and they're gonna want to celebrate it. And part of that is gonna be getting their people out. Right, like I said, the same way they do with oil, and the way they do with commodities and money markets. Like,
Want to take their profits?
yeah, call up
They gotta make
investors.
their
Hey,
flyers ready for next.
it's time to it's time to make that move. You know, we're
But,
moving
like,
you
let's-
from Bitcoin to bonds, or we're moving you from Bitcoin to.
Even if they make that move, though, let's look at Nasdaq. I mean, Nasdaq. Can we say there is no bear? I mean, the biggest bear that hit Nasdaq was December 10th, 2021, or no, around November, December 2021, and it went from 15,600 down to 11,000. That's the biggest hit it's got in its whole life. It's never been hit that hard, and that was nothing. From
Yeah,
15,000 to
it gets
11,000.
slowdowns, but that's what happens when you get fat. Like when Bitcoin gets to that market cap, then it will be too fat to move, right? It'll just be a slow grind, store of wealth that just gets, more expensive every year, year after year, with small sort of drops. But we're still too small for that, right? We're still too susceptible to liquidity movements.
You know what? Actually, I'm looking back further. So back in the year 2000, we were up at 4,798 on NASDAQ, and that was March 2000. And then in 2002, we were all the way down at 1,330. So it did get hit pretty hard.
Yeah,
right
it's
after
cyclical.
2000.
So like, look at my chart. If you go to the weekly on NASDAQ and you put on my 4-year cycle indicator and you compare it to Bitcoin bull markets, it's the same, right? It goes through a bull market. Sometimes it passes a little more, but it has its bears. So we'll have a drop. We'll have a drop on NASDAQ. ES is the same.
How short can a bear market be, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, for Bitcoin, you're looking at least a year of a drop.
I mean,
And then
NASDAQ
a
looked like
year of sideways.
NASDAQ just had a healthy drop. Maybe, I mean, that's all it needs for the next 4 years.
No, 2028, 2029, man.
Remember the real estate.
That's why I said 4 years or 3 years. Next 3
Remember
years.
the real estate cycle is coming to an end, guys. This isn't going to be a normal top. We've got real estate coming to an end. 18.6 year cycle comes to an end in 2026. So at the most, what we can hope for is an extended cycle or a super cycle that takes equities and crypto up to that date. But when housing goes, everything goes.
Yeah, the end of the decade is going to be horrible.
Our job, like I've been saying for the past 2 years, is to make sure that our bag at the top of this is nice enough to when everything takes a shit, we're sitting in a way better position than everybody else around us. Because people are going to be in a world of hurt. And unfortunately, those with, that made good decisions before are the ones that have enough money to pick up the pieces, right? To buy up the cheap land, buy up the cheap equities, scoop up the cheap Bitcoin.
But what I mean by horrible is not for us, but to watch your family members and your friends who you tried to give advice to gently, and they're now captive to the economy.
Yeah. Everything runs on a cycle long, BTC, including real estate. Real estate's one of the longest cycles.
You have the chart on the real estate bubble, or
There's a couple that you could look at. You could look at manufacturing. You can look at construction. But I'll put together a chart for you guys.
The Federal Reserve, let's see, probably want to see average sale price of houses, right? That would give you the best.
One of the best indicators that you're getting to the top of the bubble is manufacturing. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Remember someone saying lumber prices too. Lumber prices or something.
Yeah, lumber. Yeah. Construction materials.
I mean, there's all these like loans now where, I mean, we've seen them before, but like cash out, it's not cash out refinancing. It's literally, I think they're called HEIs, where you can pull out cash out of your equity and you don't pay it back until you sell the house or 10 years, whatever one comes first. And a lot of that was happening before 2008.
Isn't that similar to a HELOC? Aren't the
It's
home equity
so
loan?
so it's not. So here's the catch. So if you gain equity on the time that you go to sell your house, they get a certain. So let's say that you borrowed 50,000, right? And then you go to sell your house like 5 years later. Whatever the appreciation was from the time that they gave you that money, they get a certain percentage of it. So it's like an investment.
Do they still do this?
Yes, and only certain like under Lending Tree, there's only like 2 or 3 that will do it under the Lending Tree umbrella. They're always trying to hit me up. I don't go for it, but like a lot of people will take that money out because it's not a loan, it's not a HELOC, it's not a second mortgage.
What is it called?
An HEI.
So wait, if it's not one of those, then you wouldn't. Does it not bear interest either? Like basically, like instead of interest, they're getting the investment appreciation.
Zero interest. But the deal is they're investing in your home is what they're doing.
Okay,
Yeah, that's crazy. I never heard of that. I knew HELOCs and something else. But
Oh yes, don't get me wrong.
So
HELOCs and adjustable rate mortgages killed people too. So I'm not saying that was the only single entity that caused things to crash. But when the house goes down in value, you have to pay that money back. And they don't care if you're like foreclosing or whatever. You owe that money back to them.
Yeah, but it seems like they take more of the risk than you, right? Like so, like if I take a $50,000 loan, and then somehow, I got that cash and I do whatever. Maybe I just stash the cash, and then my home goes down in value, and then I sell it. Like I just got to pay them back the 50 grand. They don't make anything out of it.
Exactly, and it even says that in the clause that you don't owe them money if it goes in reverse. So you're right, but guess what happened though? It wasn't just people that were losing their homes or losing their butts from foreclosures or their house being underwater. We were literally bailing out insurance companies and mortgage companies during that period because they were playing those games, right?
Okay, I don't know. I might like that game.
I'm afraid I shouldn't
look into that.
told you, Emad.
I like that game. I think I like that game for what I do. Look into that.
I just told a channel of degens on how to get money out of your home.
I need a quick 50. Oh, that's interesting. I don't got to pay it back. I was
I
looking
mean,
into some other business loans that were going to be 0% interest for like 18 months, but that might take the cake.
Wait for better rates, man.
Yeah, that's what I've been waiting for. Actually, I would want to refinance the loan I already have. I mean, it's only $700 a month, but damn, it's at 6.5. I can get it down to 3. That'd be great.
so yeah, sorry, I should have told you what the abbreviation stood for. It's a home equity investment.
Interesting.
Oh,
Last I
what do
know,
you
their
guys think?
appraisal was quite high. But
What do you guys think of what's his name? The guy that started the Silk Road, getting those 300 Bitcoin in his donation wallet.
I think he
Hell
had
yeah!
earned every Bitcoin.
Hell yeah!
He earned every last one of those Bitcoin.
Dude, was that recent?
You
Was that a
know he
while ago?
didn't. You know one of the main reasons that they kept him and they made an example of him is because he didn't give up his customer list. All right, so every one of us that bought something from him that we weren't supposed to owes that man for the last, however many years of freedom we've had. Obviously they're not
All
going to
my
come after
parties
you
in
for a
Europe
little
were
bag of
live because
weed
of
or
that.
something like that. But yeah, that
All my parties in Europe were live because of that dude.
he took one for the team and he kept his mouth shut. It could have been bad for a lot of people.
And Drew, your mic is super clear tonight. What's going on over there?
Got a new little setup.
Nice, dude. You sound like you're in my house. Ooh.
Make me a sandwich.
I gotta keep my distance on this mic. I keep on forgetting it's picking up a lot.
No, it's clear, man. It's super clear.
No, you wouldn't put your name on that, but just having the list of wallets. Could have been a problem. And I mean, it's not as much as keeping people out of jail, it's that he stuck to those cypherpunk ideals of anonymity and privacy and
the emails.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when they got him, couldn't they have just like forced him to give it up, like just extracted it on their own?
I mean, if they could have, they would have, and I'm sure they tried.
Maybe they did. They were able to, because sometimes they like to play stupid.
The thing is that,
And act like
he
they haven't got the
never,
info.
it wasn't like, he was just a facilitator, right? He was just connecting person A with person B. So person B that was buying things was like whatever, but the person A is the issue, right? The person A that was providing all of this shit that was on there, those were the big risk individuals. Those are the ones that could have caught a bad one. So when he got out of jail, that Bitcoin came rolling in, bro.
But he still was responsible. Like, I think he definitely had to do something.
He might have
Like,
dabbled. I
you can't.
mean, who knows? He might
No,
have
but
got a
like, you
little
can't have a
creative.
party at your house without knowing what's going on in your house and just letting anything ride.
I think he knew. Yeah, I think it's like Backpage, right? Like, what's going on Backpage.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the publisher wasn't running, escorts, but what's going on. You have to know what's going on.
Yeah, he knew he was doing dirt.
It does say something though that whenever we're given a free market, an unregulated free market, we choose to sell each other drugs and like illicit shit. That's the first thing that people go to. Could have sold anything on the Silk Road, and they did. Some people did. Right? It wasn't just illicit shit, but
Well, because everything else you could already find.
Human nature, man. That whole hitman thing was overblown, man. That's why my old Twitter handle is Silk Road Assassin. That's when they try to bury him. They're like, "Oh, he's got hitmen for hire and blah blah blah." I'm like, was there somebody on there posted saying that, "Hey, I'll do this for this"? Yeah. Did you probably get scammed for all your Bitcoin if you try to hire them? 1,000%. I'm sure people were running scams. I don't think any hitman was legit taking payments on Silk Road to do. But who knows? Like I said, it was an open market. You could sell whatever you wanted. A hitman scam seems crazy though, right? Like, what are you gonna do? Call the cops and say that the hitman stole your Bitcoin and didn't go through with the hit? Like, who are you gonna turn to? You're gonna hire another hitman to get the first hitman that scammed just to get scammed by the second hitman?
Like that falls into any illegal substance also.
Well, it
Right.
depends if the way you approach the first hitman, if you did it with the proper breadcrumbs, the legal breadcrumbs to protect yourself when you're talking to the hitman, you could probably do it.
How though? You're committing a. You'd have to admit to trying to commit a crime.
Well, you'd have to do it in a way to say, I never told him to kill anyone. I just told him I have a problem. I didn't know he was going to go kill him.
Okay, but if he doesn't do anything,
go.
then yeah, but no murder was committed, so then you don't have any.
Right, but
Right?
even if it was committed, I'm saying if you did enough breadcrumbs, there might be
Oh
a
no,
way.
we're
A
not
good lawyer
talking
can
about
get you
the
out of it.
hitman that's real. We're just talking about one that's scamming you for your money.
Well, even
Like
that's what I'm saying. But even like a real one, that's with the proper breadcrumbs, you can get out of it. It's all about breadcrumbs. That's what I've been learning. That's what AI taught me. Breadcrumbs.
You were gonna say it.
Bro, AI is turning Drew into an evil villain. I love it.
That's AI.
No, that's a
He's trying not
different story. The Silk Road creator tried to have he tried to have, at least that's the story, that he tried to have somebody killed. But what they turned it into was that there were hitmen for hire on Silk Road, that you can just go online and get somebody to kill grandma or something. Sorry, YouTube. I know
Drew.
this is not family friendly, but it's crypto related, so that trumps anything else.
Did you guys see that guy who tried to bring in a lawyer, a video AI lawyer into his courtroom, to defend himself, and the judge was like, "Oh, this is
The
crap."
judge was pissed, bro. I saw that. The judge was not having it. You're making a mockery of my court.
You
And what
talking
was
about
fun?
Drew now?
No, but I was just thinking, like, using AI. It's like right at the very end of the clip, the lawyer comes back on the screen, and she's like, "Get him off the screen."
Bro, he willed in like a whole audio visual shit. Like it was like an AI agent lawyer. Judge was not having it, yo.
I guess somebody had to have had to be the origin, right, of doing it. It had to be at some point in time that had to been attempted. I just looked over at my son and I showed him the Instagram reel. I go, "This is your future, buddy."
Bro, next telemarketer I get, I'm gonna get Grok and get him to talk to each other.
There you go.
Crazy.
We invalidated that second stopping volume candle already with those two bodies, so we can get rid of that.
What's our target?
I mean, hopefully we stay inside this range. I want to make the move, but I would like to do it. What time is it? Yeah, I would like to do it in UK.
The down move?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the least amount of pain, quickest sort of, you know.
Man. Play. Just started going back up. Oh, they are hard headed on that 100. They gotta have it, huh?
I think there's a good chance that it gets front run, but it's there.
So you could use
like-
AI in court. You just have to disclose it. Some judges will let you do it. My bad. I had a phone call earlier and I had to run real quick. But you can use AI in court.
Oh, I know. It was just the way she reacted to it and the way that he was like, you know, just kind of chilling out, not really responding to her. And then it was all over with and we thought it was done. And then the AI video guy came back on after that whole diatribe that she was pissed off and tried to sneak itself back into the conversation. It was freaking hilarious.
That is pretty funny.
Or are you allowed to look at it like on your device off the side and represent yourself?
Well, I mean, you have to ask permission, and it depends what state. Most courts don't let you bring electronic devices, so that's the problem. You know, using electronic device.
This dude wheeled in a whole
Oh.
TV, bro. The judge was like, yo, I am not doing this with you today. I don't know what you thought this was going to be, but I am not going to sit here and talk to your TV screen all day.
When you say invalidated, on what time frame?
Which invalidation you talking about? The W?
Whatever we're talking about now, where we're about to go down from.
Well, we'd have to break out. We'd have to break down out of this bear flag. So for that, we'd have to. Well, if that happened, we would then invalidate this W. Until we come down underneath 1039, this W is still active. Right, so we could come down into the bottom of this flag, not invalidate the W, and then make that move up. Right, that would be
I thought I just heard you.
That would be your bullish outtake. Your bearish outtake would be coming down, rejecting off of that, retesting bearishly, and then making the move down.
Hey, man.
I just heard.
He just said the second stopping volume candle got invalidated.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, I see it.
These are your two possible paths here.
So that would be my question. The second stopping volume candle. What time frame is that?
It was on a 30-minute.
Oh, 30 minutes.
Even
Well,
the smaller
for
time frame
hourly.
one. Even a smaller time frame one got taken out.
I know. I want a higher time frame.
Oh, okay.
the other day threw me off. Not you.
Yeah,
Just, it was a lower time frame validation.
Give me a second. I'll be right back.
D stepped out.
Pump it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
D.
For real.
I got some, not really alpha, but like confluence to what you just mentioned a couple weeks ago, and I've been watching a couple. I have a tab that's just monitoring these coins because of what I also had. We had the same confluence about a certain narrative, and now it's coming out on a lot of news outlets.
What do you got?
I'm gonna wait for Dbloc. He's gonna like this. It's about the mobile gaming thing, and the charts that are mobile gaming. The charts they're kind of moving up, like pretty strong. Like Mavia is moving up. A lot of the Epic Games. So Epic Games, for those that don't know in chat, Epic Games are the guys that develop Fortnite. They didn't like the whole system Apple had, where you had to pay 30% of your revenues to them, which was unfair. It actually forced you to pay in app. Now, for years, Apple thought they were too big and too powerful. They could just leave and not listen to the court. They pissed off the judge, and because of the injunction, now they have approved. They finally won, and the three new cornerstones and rules in the App Store is every app can now exit the app and go to their own payment platform, so they don't have to pay Apple for purchases of any game.
Okay. Yeah.
So, and Asmongold just talked about it. A few other guys. It just came out in my alerts. And as soon as I checked on that tab that I had of some mobile games that are out already, they're moving.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that's old news. Dbloc mentioned it, I think, last week.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, and I've been tracking it. And now the injunction is final. So what Dbloc was mentioning, that is final, like the decision was about to be made, and the new rules looks like it was going to win. Now Epic Games finally won. Now it can be in App Store in any of the app stores without paying them fees. So Epic Games won. It wasn't just a class action, but it was. Sorry.
Do they have a coin?
What's the coin?
I actually have I bought on I'm on Mavia because Heroes of Mavia.
MAVI.
Yeah. MAVIA.
Man, these alts are just getting brutal. There's never gonna
It's
be an
pretty
alt
brutal,
market.
yeah.
Yeah, it's disgusting. They don't ever give us a break.
Never, bro. Never.
Can't keep any
Even if we
games.
do come back and bounce, it's just it's never.
Take it away every damn time. Yeah, it's frustrating. I'm real frustrated with it right now. Well, kinda. I'll be frustrated when I'm done accumulating and it doesn't do it. I'm still good with it doing this crap. I was kind of more worried that it was going to get away from me, but it didn't.
I mean, to be fair, all pumped like 10% the other day. I mean, you guys didn't take advantage of that?
That ain't nothing. Bro, we're in coins that are down like 90, 80%.
I know, but man, you gotta.
Person who's not tech savvy could basically look like it's Apple saying.
You gotta grab that. You gotta grab the gains when you can.
So we're looking for like X's in this thing. Did I get a 3x or 4x? Because that was like minimum that's acceptable. Now I did get a 1x, I guess, for my original entries. Still up from that, but that's not enough. So I'll just keep getting more. Come back around.
It'll all turn around when everybody gives up.
Not doing that. You will never keep up.
It does it every season, man. People get frustrated, and the next thing you know, it just takes off out of nowhere. Well, it's not out of nowhere. It's related to QE and whatnot, but
No, we know it. It's coming. That's all that matters. It'll come. Just have as much as you can before that happens. That's the game, pretty much. And I guess take some out and compound it. Put it back in.
yeah, that's what I've been doing. I just wrote myself a long, big channel on Link, and I've just been riding the channel up and down, just slowly doing its thing.
Sell it, put it back in, sell it, put it back in.
Yeah.
Or sell some, put it back in.
Yeah, I do like 35% in, because I really hate this market, so I don't put all of it in anymore. And then I dump it, and then wait for it to drop, do it again, and it's been working. But it's, dude, it's boring. Just like Dbloc said, it's boring as hell.
Yep. Got to be careful for when the time comes, and because when it goes, and you don't get a chance if you're not there, and then.
I mean, if it
then
breaks
you're
out of
chasing
my
it.
if it breaks out of my channel, then something's up. So far, it's been most all the tokens have been staying in this downward wedge.
That's crazy how they keep that link coin down. It's such an important coin, and they just keep it down.
Yeah,
Surprising.
and so many of these tokens are teasing, man. They'll cross their 1350 and then cross back and then cross back up, and just like it's horrible to trade. You just the only thing I'm doing now is trying to grab big dumps, and that's all I can do really.
That's what I've been doing, trying to catch big ass pumps that I know are going to retrace. Just go short, sell that, take the profit, throw it into my spot position, rinse, repeat. And my spot position has gotten considerably bigger, not dollar wise, because it's been going down, but I'm getting more and more of the coins for sure. I'm starting to get close to my target. How many I wanted. I could take, got a good little chunk I made here from shorting. Should have had a little more, but I lost chasing this coin called white. This damn thing. I was pretty sure when I entered short that it was a good spot, but boy, was I wrong. Good thing it was only a 1x short, and even at that, they still came for me. But they didn't get me. And then they came all the way back down. Took me 2 days. All the way back down. And then I sold it and got out.
What'd you sell? What we talking about here?
White rock.
You don't mean Black Rock? This is White
No,
Rock?
this is called White Rock. It's in the top 100. It was up 120. It's up 120% on the week, 174% on the 174% on the month. And earlier,
Okay.
yesterday, I came short on the damn thing at like 16. They took that damn thing all the way up to 30.
Oof.
I was on a 1x short.
1x.
They
Okay.
didn't get
I
me.
like the sound
They
of that.
They didn't get me.
And
1x
they
was
didn't
like
get
600.
you. Let's
Yeah,
go.
1x was like 600 something bucks. He took me all the way to the limit, and now it's back down right below my entry.
So what
But
are you
I
gonna
didn't
do
even
now?
bother.
That's the question.
I'm
Do you
done with
hold
it.
it?
I'm done. Hell no, I'm done with it.
Smart man.
What's
I
it?
like that.
I'm out.
In and out. In
I'm
and out.
out.
You
What's
gotta
Good.
give
it?
it a second chance. Take it.
Hell no, I'm not giving it no more chances. I'm done with it. I didn't like
Okay.
that. I think I'm gonna
Somebody.
stay short. I might do it again. Good. I don't want, and it's
Uh,
too damn high. I'm not long in something that's up 118% in the week. And
nah.
that's about
Yeah.
where I came.
Listen.
That's where
Dbloc mentioned
that's where I came
something, and
short at.
Dbloc mentioned something, and I really made it a priority to notice. But with Bitcoin and dominance and these alts following it, man, you just, unless you're in and out, like I'm talking about, before you you get off the chair, you make sure you finish what you got to finish, and that's different. But to leave it and sit on it now, it's just not the time. It's just not the time.
Well, you're talking long though.
I'm talking anything. Yeah, I guess spot. I'm talking about spot. Yeah. Yeah. No. What I'm trying to say
yeah,
is
but this is a short.
alts are
I hear you.
following Bitcoin so hard right now, like to the T. To the T. It's impossible. If you want to consolidate and just hold for the long term, that's a whole different ball game. But let's be real. Anybody sitting in this VC right now, I'm pretty sure is not here for that 6-month time frame. Buy once, sell once. I don't think anybody here is really looking for that. I know I'm not, for sure. I mean, it's a great start, but I want to maximize. I want to know when to let go, when to grab more. So it's a dirty ball game. I tried a little bit today. I'll be honest. I fiddled with XRP for the first time. I was up a couple $100, nothing crazy, small, everything very small, very small. Just I'm testing out, I'm learning, but it just seems like what is supposed to be most probable doesn't really become. It doesn't really play out that way. It's over the weekend, like I'm really seeing it now. There's really not much like population. Like the game's dead. Is dead. And then whoever's in here with the big guns, they're running the show. Between that and market maker and weekend trap and it's just, you really got to know when to step in and when to step out. So I don't know, man. Be careful with the alts. Their time will come for sure. And I can't wait. I'm really looking forward to it because I'm tired of playing with leverage on Bitcoin. It's great and all. The losses don't hurt as much had it been an altcoin. When you're talking 105,000 for one compared to 25 cents for one, it's a big difference.
Yeah, I succeeded on leverage on Bitcoin since my short at 11,000. I believe. Yeah, it's hard to remember now, but I think it was 11,400 and something. I stuck that all the way down to 107,800, I believe, or somewhere right there. Stuck that. That was 400x with like 30 something bucks margin. I stuck that, so I walked out of that with like 400 or 500. That was cool. Then I came back, chilled, came short again, and then what was that at? It was like 108, 109. I took that. I won that one again. I took that down to like 105 or 6. I can't remember. I gotta go look. But either way, I won. Got out of that, and then after that, I did good. I won both of them.
GG's on that. Nice. Okay, but those trades you did, you were in and out like while you were in front of the monitor, or like did you buy in, leave, come back later?
No.
What was your?
No. The first one I opened it. It was overnight. I woke up in the morning, closed it out after I got seeing how much I was up. I closed it out. So that was then the next one that did the same thing. They were both good. So now it brings us to this range where we're at now, and it's been kind of choppy here. So I haven't
we
really
just started
done
getting
much.
some sales. It looks like it's retesting whatever that last low was. I'm trying to get my mouse to turn on. It's not turning on. I don't know why.
Oh, we're going down. See, I'm in a little long right now, but it's not going my direction.
You got to remember, man. We're over the EMC. That gap. Well, we were before I left. Before I went on to Applebee's.
Yeah, I was waiting to fill that. That
Yeah, I had a short, but again, I didn't want to leave, you know, and stay in with this crazy market. So I closed everything. I broke even. I think I made like $4 or $5. Nothing crazy. Just basically broke even for the trade fees. And I said I'll check it out when I get back. And now it's literally sitting in this like right smack in the middle. I'm pretty sure this is considered the middle of the range we've been in. You know, maybe not to the T, but close enough. So the question is, where the hell do we go now? You know, and as a new guy here, like I'm trying to learn. I want to know everybody's strat. I want to know how people approach this. You know, what technique they use. What do they base off? You know, some people just gamble clearly, and some people actually look for the high. You know, like patterns, history repeats itself. That's something we all know, for the most part. So I'm trying to get everybody's approach, and like I'm trying to find like what is the thing. You know, it's just
they'll go
at
where
that.
the money's at.
Yeah, basically wherever it's like the ocean, right? Or wherever the current's at, either you got to stay away so you don't get drowned, or if you got the right equipment and tools, then yeah, go for it. Ride her out. And I definitely do not have the
They'll
right.
go for the
I don't have the
liquidation.
right. I don't got enough equipment right now. Definitely not enough equipment. So
Yeah, it's definitely it's been a trader's market, not a holder's market for a while.
for sure,
Unless you're
for
holding
sure.
Bitcoin. Bitcoin's the only thing that incentivizes holding.
Sorry, say that again. You're a little loud. I just raised it.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
said
The only
Bitcoin
thing.
is the only thing that, unless you're holding Bitcoin, that's the only thing that really has it have been an incentive to hold. But everything else is just
Oh yeah, you're hurting. You're gonna be
algorithm.
hurting.
No altcoin is safe. Sui, no matter what, I don't care which one it is. They'll come back down.
No, Bitcoin's definitely it. Why is my mouse not working? This is starting to get on my nerve. I know.
It ain't done now.
I signed up to a few courses, so I'm excited for that. I found a guy who's coming out with a course. This is not released yet, but I messaged him privately. And I was like, "Look, listen, man, I'm the new guy on the block. You know, I like what you're saying. I'm trying to learn about every strategy, every approach, and I'm interested in what you want to, what you're putting together because you keep mentioning it in your streams." I was like, so if you'd like, I could, I'll run a beta with you where like I'll take it section by section as you create it and all that. I could be my feedback and help any way I can. I was like, whether it's full price or whether it's a discounted rate, like I'll take it either or. I really want the information. I want it now. You know what I mean? So he got back to me surprisingly. It went better than I thought. He was pretty excited. He's like, yeah, I've been looking for somebody because most of my guys here, they're not traders, so they see it from a different perspective. So he says he's gonna talk to them and let me know. So I'm kind of hyped about that. Not gonna lie. I just want to learn, man. It's just sitting here looking at the chart all day is a cancer, and it's not doing me any good, So I want to learn as much as I can before I could really start dissecting into it.
Bro, if I'm gonna tell you something, is just stick around here and you will learn what you need to learn.
Oh, believe me, I'm seeing that, bro. Yeah,
For
like,
free.
this is. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. I'm trying to get it for free. Like, I really don't want to pay for it, bro. Like, I'm trying to get a feel if this is for me or not. I'm still testing the ground. Oh, I know. No, I know. No, he's chill. He doesn't even want. He doesn't want to sell it. He's good, man. He's good. He's not look. It's different when you like look at Dbloc, bro. I have access to this channel from a YouTube link I clicked randomly, and I have paid and contributed absolutely nothing as of right now because I don't have the knowledge to contribute when I need to. I'm learning. I'm absorbing a lot. I mean, he knows his stuff. He knows his stuff, and No, nobody messaged me. I reached out myself. It was like a shot in the dark. Like I doubt this. Like it's just like Dbloc. He doesn't have time for a little. Yeah, it's just I just shot my shot. I was like, look, I know you're putting something together. I want to be a part of it, and if I can get it for free, without really saying it like that, I try to keep it professional. But like at the same time, I'm gonna be honest. Like if he can edit it, fix it up, I just want to learn, and there's really not much content out there. You know, Dbloc said it before, which I am aware of. There was, you know, back in our day, bro, it was all gatekeeping. There was no YouTube. There was no, I mean, even when YouTube started, like you didn't have anything dependable on there. You know,
Bro, let
now
me just say this. I think you just answered yourself. You already found the solution. You're here in the community. Just stick around. And I tell you, it's well worth not searching for other things because that'll just confuse you, man. Just lock in and you will learn everything you need to learn here.
100%. Look, if you look at my account, I've been in here for the past 2 weeks. I don't think I've been out of this, whether it's on my phone or my desktop at home. You know, like I'm mute. I haven't left this channel, bro. And trust me, I got many channels with a bunch of friends and everything, IRL friends, like online friends, gaming friends. But I don't have time for that. You know, I'm making this my priority. Like I'm trying to change my life, and being around people that aren't trying to do the same thing is not going to get me there. And I realize that. So that's, yeah. Trust me, there's a lot I'm learning here. Whatever, you know, I'm always in here. So that's a fact. And I'm not trying to say I'm looking for anything else. I'm just trying to increase my knowledge. I want to learn. I just want to learn.
Dude,
And I will
I
make
feel you, bro.
I'll make the decision on my own if something works or doesn't work. Right? Like if I can maybe I come up with my own using different techniques. Who knows? You know, just like every beautiful trader out there. I mean, sorry, you know, trying to come up with the right answer. But I won't know till I try. So I gotta start
Bro,
with what's out there, and then gain the experience, gain the timing, and just again, I'm terrified. Once I heard there was 100K tuition fee, you got me, man. I mean, college alone screwed me up as is when it comes to tuition. I'm not trying to do that again. And I took a big hit. You know, for me, it was considered a big hit because it's what I had. It's what I built up. It's what I had on the side. You know, for other people, probably is pocket change for them. But it's like Dbloc said, every person for what is a lot to them is different than others, for sure. So I'm done paying. I'm trying to get back, you know, at least my money's worth and learn. You don't
Well,
think it
just know
hurts when
where
I
you're
see
at.
these trades, bro? And I knew how I was trading a month ago would have made me a couple thousand, and now it's just making me 100, if that, maybe a couple hundred. Like, of course, it's like, damn, I really could have made more on that. I could have squeezed it, you know, that would have been, but I'm not doing it that way. I'm not. I'm looking at what's almost most certain and guaranteed, even though nothing is. But look, when you're climbing up the pole and you see you're plus 200 on that number, you know, you flash out, you click close out. That becomes guaranteed. But if you get greedy and you're like, nah, I needed to double up, 3 more, you know, $2 more. I want a flat round number. And then the market makers come in and they start pulling that bad boy down, and now you're freaking out. Do you hold? Do you sell? Do you add? You just took something that could have been guaranteed, and you just open a whole different portal for yourself. So again, it's gonna come with experience. I'm here for that. I want the experience. I want to grow.
But just know where you're at in this cycle. That's going to be your main thing.
I'm late. I know that clearly. I'm late. But you know, even if I don't make another trade from now till the end of this cycle, I still want to stick around to see how it plays out and just observe. You know,
You're
whether
not
I'm in or
late,
out.
dude. You're not late, dude. Some of these alts are back in 2024
I'm seeing
prices.
that. Yeah, I'm seeing that. It hurts me, even though I wasn't here from back then. But it hurts me to see that. Truthfully, I can't even imagine. But again, if you played your cards right, this is actually probably pretty good for you. You know.
You guys see the news on Ukraine, Russia?
Yes, they got
Ukraine.
attacked. That's like an hour, 2 hours
Dude,
ago.
it's
Yeah,
so
crazy, bro.
awesome. They destroyed like 45 aircrafts in one go.
All drones, right?
All
All that
drones.
was with drones.
Like the headline is like more than $1 billion worth of aircrafts
Gone.
for less than $1 million worth of drones.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That was
Yeah, they
really
said
smart.
they wanted to go against Trump's peace or something like that. So it didn't really affect the market though.
Yeah, no, it didn't affect the market.
Wait. What happened? When did this happen? What happened?
So imagine trucks, okay? That's like kind of moving goods around the border, right? They had Russians drive the trucks that are lined. So the roof has a double casing. Inside are goods. On the roof, there's another roof. There's this empty space on the roof, right? and
I'm
it's
just saying,
all
like, was there
drones.
an attack? What happened?
Yeah, yeah.
Who
Yeah, so
attacked who?
it's Ukraine attacked Russia. So imagine 15 20 wheeler trucks with just the roof has a casing in the top part, right? That opened up. So they brought it in 1,500 kilometers inside Russia. And then those roofs opened up, right? And then the drones went out. Hundreds of drones came out and attacked an airbase and destroyed like 40 plus bombers and fighters in one go. The videos are pretty cool. I'm watching the videos right now. Yeah, I'll post what is so you could like get more links because Asman go put some of the links on his description, right?
Oh.
There, it's an off
Yeah,
topic.
they tried that last week with the drones going into Russia. But I guess
Yeah, now
this
they
time it
were
worked.
successful, but they destroyed a bunch of aircraft right now. It's an off topic.
Well, so much for peace deal. It's not necessarily bad from crypto, from what I understand.
I'm sure gold will see a pop off of it.
Get back to 106K. Get a good trade. I'm actually long. Thought about closing it, but I didn't.
I sent a picture on an off topic of how it looks like and how they hid it. So there's this other like it's like about 30 to 40 cm in height and just on top of the current trailer, and that's where the drones are. The picture is on off topic. It's crazy how
Bro,
they
it's
hid it.
crazy. The drivers of those trucks were Russian.
Yeah, dude. And
They
look
didn't
look how
know.
they hid it. Look how they hid it on the roof. So like when you open the trailer, it looks like just like goods in empty spaces. But there's another layer from the roof that actually has the drones.
How did they get it in there behind the Russians' back? It was the Russians' truck.
Goods, yeah, it was Russian. It was a Russian trucking thing.
How would they get it into a Russian truck?
Well,
Aha.
beats me. Beats me. But like they did it. They did it. If you watch the
There's
YouTube video, it has some of the cam footage from the drones
they share the
hitting
same.
each of the bombers.
There's very little difference between equipment in Ukraine and Russia, and on top of that, there's a bunch of oh my God, a bunch of Russian rebels that do not like Russia, and I'm more than willing to cooperate.
That's so cool. Those drones
Somebody's
look
in trouble.
hella cool. Yeah, I want one of those drones. Those drones are look high performance.
So do they return back to Ukraine after they're done?
No. They smash. They're like kamikazes. They smash into their target.
Oh, they
Yeah.
are the bomb.
Yeah, they are the bomb. Hey, check out the picture I sent an off topic. You'll see what they look like. They look pretty cool.
Yo, James Wynn unstaked 4 million hype tokens and just sold a bunch. That's why hype's been nuking.
Yeah, Dbloc called it. Yeah, when Dbloc told me about, I think you were still online last night, right? When we were discussing hype, and then hyper liquid, and then he was saying like, "Oh, I think it's in a bearish channel."
I did not see. Only Dbloc saw the bear channel. When I saw it go over the 50 on the 4-hour, I was like, this is looking good. And then Dbloc put his channel. I was like, oh, okay. Took profit right away. Went to bed.
You're welcome.
Because it hit the top of the channel. I was like, oh, something's going to happen.
Good one. Have you seen that coin called White?
No, I haven't. Ever since we hit ATH, I kind of stepped away from low caps. And just like, I've been just riding the trend. Whatever Bitcoin wants to do, I follow. So the only trades I've been doing the past week have all been like Bitcoin, ETH, SolSui. That's it. Just keeping my stress level at a minimum. Because it's been a hard lesson for me, like especially from last year. When I see downtrends, I start looking for the biggest returns when it comes to shorts. And I tend to get like wrecked. It's like I make 3x here, but I keep losing on these small caps trying to short them. And I keep getting licked on my SL. And then I start noticing that, oh my God, I'm not actually making any money. So I kind of made it a point to really put my foot down and just like go, okay, on this downtrend, we're only going to trade big caps. You already have enough dry powder. Let's look for that bottom. Let's look for that higher low. And then we make more money from there. Because we are in a bullish market. So like if that's what's intended, that's the mindset and the sentiment, then that's what I should be looking for. I shouldn't be looking for crazy shorts that like mimic what I plan to do during the bear market.
It depends on what coin you're going to short.
Yeah. No. All I do is like I look for big caps that absolutely just mimic Bitcoin. So it's not too stressful. Like if Bitcoin does this,
That's not
this
how
coin does. Yeah.
I don't look at it like that. I look for a coin that's have a horrible tokenomics or a new listing
Yeah.
or something.
I
And it's
remember.
just,
I used to trade with you on those small caps. We would look for the highest gainers of the day and just short
yep,
them.
yep. Look for the highest gainer to get day and make sure that the pump is not from all the way from the bottom after it's totally tanked.
That was
Because
fun.
then
We
they
we
get
made money on Alpaca, on Voxel,
yeah,
we won
man.
a bunch of stuff. But when we hit 8 all-time high, I remember the kind of person I am when I hit all-time high and I get kind of aggressive also on the way down, and I keep forgetting that there are bounces. So I kind of changed my trading strategy when we
Man,
hit
what was that one called? We shorted Naka or what was it again?
Alpaca.
Is it,
Alpaca.
let me see. Does it still exist? Let me see.
Yeah,
I'm
but
interested.
it's not worth it. It's not worth it anymore. It's like
No, I don't want to do anything. I just want to look at it.
yeah, Alpaca went all
ALP
just lost.
ALPA. It's gone. ALP.
ALPACA.
It's gone. They removed it from the exchange I trade on.
Yeah, it's still on. It's still on Mexi, but it's barely
Gone.
moving. Barely any volume. Just bots
They took it
trading it.
off weeks.
Yeah.
We could have killed that. We could have just took it to the. The funny thing is there was so much more for us to have in the short.
Yeah. It lost 100%
That's
of its
what
value in 2 days.
you see. That's what I'm talking about, though. Not
10 cents.
shorting freaking Ethereum or sorry, Solana or whatever. No, screw that. That's just a game, up and down game.
It's from 10 cents all the way to 5 cents from May 30 to June 1.
So we got a pretty. Get another one of them.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Good. I'm on. I mean, you got a good coin, Doge, Solana, Bitcoin. There, nothing wrong with a long on that. Hey, Drew, did you check out Dogecoin dominance chart?
Negative. I haven't got
You
to
need
that.
you need that. You need it. I saw something.
Let
It's
me
called
pull
a
it.
lot of those. Go look at what the tops that it's called on Doge. All those famous numbers are there on it. I guess you got to convert it over at the time. The price was in dollars, but I think it's Doge dominance to all of altcoins. I think. Oh, I forget. I wonder if Bitcoin was in that. I don't remember. I saw that like a week ago. Some guy was showing it YouTube, but I forgot. But when I saw it, I thought about you.
Oh, well, thanks for reminding me, because I do want to look at that.
Figured it could help you to kind of give you an idea of where you want to get out when it's the top of whenever we get there. Long term now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at it step by step and seeing what the market's going to be like, every level. So now, like, my first level I'm looking at, of course, 30 cents. And there at 30, around 30, I'm going to reassess and see what's going on. And if I still feel bullish, I'm just going to stay in, But if at 30, if I'm starting to feel a little iffy, I'll just try to scalp it.
Let's go pump it up, rip these shorts, because I'm detecting a lot of we're going to dump vibe going on here.
No dump is happening. Turn the D upside down or right side up to a P.
You see how my trades look.
Wait, why? What does a P mean?
Pump.
Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah, so all you got to do is just flip the D, turn it around to a P.
Where's my entry? 4,930. Almost there. Once I get to 104,930, my 400X kicks in on this margin of $104. How you like me now? Liquidation, 99K. Huh? You like that? How you like them odds?
That's, 99K, you're pretty safe, I think. Just be careful when you fall asleep. You never know.
I'll take it though. I mean, think about it. Look, I'm putting up 104. Let me see how much I had to put up. Yeah, 104.
Your long started at 104.
No, I haven't lost 104. I've lost 10.
I
I'm
mean,
down
what I
10.
mean, your long started at 104. Yeah, keep your stop loss tight.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
the entry, I know. I'm aware of where we're at here. That's why I didn't get out, because I feel like people are looking for this to dump too hard right here.
Yeah,
Not
but
gonna
the
give
good
you what
news
you
is
want.
on the 1 hour, your RSI is pretty reset, and you have some stop handles on the 1 hour.
Yeah, but then we also, people are seeing that invalidation on that stop and volume candle from earlier. So they're like, oh, go short or get out. Okay. But you didn't let it invalidate on a higher term.
Yeah, my only worry is
On a
the
higher
4
time.
hour. Yeah, my
Exactly.
only
So
worry is the 4 hour, but you
let's-
got room on the 1 hour. You're okay on the 1 hour.
It's okay. I'll take
You're
it.
okay in the
Give
15.
me that.
Yeah, you're okay in the 15 and the 1 hour so far.
This is what it is. They ain't gonna give me no 99. I know
I
that.
hope you don't
99.
sleep too long though, because
No, I'm
the
good.
50
I'm up.
minute and the 1 hour charts, they kind of fill up.
Nah, I'll go to bed at like 5 a.m., 4 a.m.
Okay.
with the phone next to my head.
Just tape it on your head
Yeah,
and make it vibrate. Give it alert.
it's easy. Sleep, wake up, look, sleep, wake up, pee, look. That's the great thing when you got to pee a lot during the night. You get to get up and look at your phone.
Yeah, I'm still in my short
That or
from earlier today.
oh wow. Well, did you get it at 105, 106?
Yeah, when I saw
105.
that kind of like it got tumble top-ish, like I got 105, 684 on the first red candle in the 15. Oh,
Okay.
sorry, on the second one when I saw it wick, I was like, okay, I'm gonna get in it.
Well, it looks like we're at a crossroads. So far, so good for you, and maybe so good for me.
Yeah, I just wanted to like if it meant okay, so we have the stopping volume candle, but I want if you're on the 15, it's right on the 200 right now. If it closes above the 200, I close my short. If it closes like right now, you got 2 minutes left. If it starts to close below the 200, I might just like hold on to the short right now.
Yeah,
Because the 200's right there with the 100, like yeah.
that's all right. We'll just go to 105,250, and then we'll slap 5.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. 2 minutes, then I'll make my decision.
Oh, good. I probably would have taken that, but I wasn't looking at it. I was dealing with the torturous position of shorting white on 1x, and they still tried. And they still tried to get me,
Wow, they can sniff you out, huh?
dude. 15, 16. They took that sucker all the way up to
Yeah, I
30. I was
heard
looking.
you a while ago. I was like, damn, they really took it that far.
On a 1x, I was laughing. It was hilarious.
Oh
I'm
my
like,
god.
I can't believe how sick they were on that. And I'm like, okay, well, all these people got all these profits. They don't want any of this money. Yeah, they wanted it because once it got right to where I was at, it plummeted all the way back where I entered. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
they lost interest right away. It took profit right away. Smart.
And I knew it was coming, but damn, come on.
A nice short that I've been in with with a very small bag was like something that you did. Like as soon as I saw James Wynn talk about like Moonpig, right? And it went up like
Oh, Moonpig.
115%. Yeah, it went up 115%, and I just shorted it for like I shorted it for like
Hold on.
5, and then
Didn't
other
it just
added
go down 50%
Yep,
before that?
Yep.
Oh my God, what a
Went down
madness that is
50,
over
went
there.
up 115, and now it's down. I had my short on for about like 2 days. Or went down 40% right now.
That's like the Timu steroid outed Mudang.
Yeah, and I kind of got the notion of it. Maybe it's a good time to short because one of the guys in the chat was saying like, "Oh, James Wynn is working with Justin Sun on this project." I was like, "Oh, I know
Oh
how he
boy.
plays his coins. I know how Justin plays his coins. I'm shorting this."
Mhm. And that's what he did. He got paid. A good call on that. I wish I would have heard that.
Nah, that was just lucky. I didn't want to shill something that I wasn't 100% sure of. Like, you know these coins, right? You just
Yeah.
you can't like
You really
yeah.
couldn't say that. I hear you.
You can't go like this is gonna change my life. So just slapped on a
No.
small bag just to make it fun. You gotta scratch that itch, especially on the weekend,
Yeah,
so you
yeah.
don't.
See, that's how I would have played it. I would have threw
Yeah,
like $30 on it with
yeah,
no
yeah, yeah.
leverage.
I have like a
Wow.
$20 that's on like that's up like 600% right now. Short, but like nothing.
That's good. That's fun.
It's fun. Just keeps the itch at bay.
Ooh, we got some
I
good tells coming in.
like Dbloc says, right? You gotta know your demons. You gotta feed it, so it doesn't mess up the real trade. Yeah, see,
Yeah.
this is what I was saying. If it stays below the 200, I'm gonna keep my short.
Yeah, you might be good. I might be wrong. We'll see. Or it's a fake out.
We'll see. I mean,
but my last best trades have been shorts.
Oh yeah, from
Crazy.
all-time high. It's been short. Shorts have been paying out really well from all-time high.
Those are the easiest ones from up there.
Mm-hmm.
Please give me 111, like on some on some wikis, pumpy, quickie clicks. Other than that, where's the next easy bottom? Long, what, 100, I guess.
Yeah, 100K. 100K is still a good call. I mean, like, Dbloc wasn't like I can if you look at the 1 day, what Dbloc's trying to say is it makes so much sense. The 1 day, the 50 EMA on the 1 day on Bitcoin is the 50 EMA is at 101K. So it is a spot. This trend from 74 all the way to all-time high, if you draw a fib, you got your 100 yeah, 101K is right there. 50 EMA.
Think they what? Why not go for it when you already could do 100? Did 103? That's the crazy thing.
It's right here.
Waiting on. Should have did it already. That's the only thing.
I really gotta learn how to just like when I see it, I just should hold. I have a knack of taking huge profits early just to make sure I secure my initials. Because like I rather not lose money than just like max out my greed.
Yeah, I understand that. That's like me going short at 111,400 and then closing it at 108.
It's 7, yeah. No, don't worry. You're not the only one. I actually took most of my profits at 107, 108 when I saw that bounce.
Yeah, that morning. But then it
Mhm.
came back up and I reopened and had another short at a higher, lesser high number. And I did good on that one too. That was another good trade. I closed that one out, and then ever since then I've been trying to look for something else, but kind of slow since then.
This might be a yeah. I just opened my new short now. Shorts on
104 times and 695. So now I'm.
I did a limit order on ETH, 2,500 short. It licked it. I was so happy when it licked it, but like now it's playing out, so it's okay.
Yeah, I hear people talking about 23, 22 on that.
That'll be great. But yeah, Bitcoin on the 1 day just makes total sense.
Today. It's Sunday.
We're gonna get our first fat bounce on the 50 EMA. Hopefully it holds.
Oh, it's Monday now. It just turned Monday. So here it comes now to consider what the stock market's going to do. And then we're going to look for that false move right now. Which way is it going to be? If you're correct and it is going to go down, then there'll be a false move up. If you're going to go to 101. And if there's a false move up coming in, the real move is 101. Then I'm going to be taking profits very quickly, and then flipping short. It might be the move. Or if you're correct and the false move is down, you'll be taking profits. Or staying in, it's up to you. And then if it's a false move down, then it'll turn around and come back to me. Then I'll be right anyway. Which
Real,
I'll
that's the
be
way.
able to eat.
Yeah, I think that's one of the greatest parts about trading. Like it opens your mind to the possibility of Plan B. I come from B2B and B2C sector of doing business, right? Where you gotta assure that the customer gets what he wants. So there's only one result. Your customer needs this, you give this. And in trading, you have to allow yourself to go like, it's okay to go both ways. I'll be happy. It's okay if it goes my way. It's okay if it doesn't go my way. I'm okay with it. They're both okay. They're both good news to me.
I'm thinking false move Monday, and then midweek we reverse it. See. What do you think? We're going to get some action? It's going kind of slow. Be in a couple hours, maybe. BlackRock gets everything. The more we drop, the more BTC I can buy. Okay. You're gonna need your peace of mind and sanity when we start ripping. Sounds good.
Rest up, touch some grass, get your sanity back. So like when we start ripping, you can have that discipline back, in check. You don't gotta be all paranoid and stuff.
Yeah, there's some crazy wicks happening on Bybit to the upside.
On
Mog just
Bybit.
had one. Moodang just had one. These memes, like
What are
wild
we
wicks to the
seeing,
upside.
man? What's happening?
Go check it out, bro.
I'm checking it out right now.
Yeah, Mog just did one, and then Moodang did one like maybe 20 minutes ago.
What do we got?
Bybit usually doesn't have these weird wicks. It's usually like these other smaller exchanges, but yeah, it was about a 20% wick to the upside on Moodang or Mog.
That's weird, right? Let me see.
Damn, 20% wick.
What's going on with Bybit?
So you're usually kind of bullish though. When we get big, Bybit has a lot of liquidity, so it's not like
Oh
it
yeah,
was
for
lack of
sure. It's
liquidity.
number 2.
And then
Yeah, it's number
Moodang
2.
had another 20% weight to the upside.
Second strike. Yeah. Oh, it's either Bybit or Binance or Bybit when it comes to volume.
The whales know, dude. They've been trying to put in market orders. You're gonna pump it. Pump it.
Yeah, I see some increased volume on Moodang, but nothing on
buys.
Nothing on Solana's just moving sideways.
Yeah, I was just charting Solana. I was just charting Solana, and it feels like it wants to come back down to that.
Solana is on the 200. It's trying to stay right on the 200 right now. It's got 4 minutes to just keep its head above that line.
Over 100 Bitcoins were just bought. Oh, 16 Bitcoins sold. Uh-oh.
Is it UK market?
It's looking bullish, buddy. It's looking bullish.
So I might be right. Fake move. False move up.
Fake move. Fake. No, it was a false move down, and then true move is up, right?
Yeah, if this stays above the 200 right here in 3 minutes, I'm closing my short from 105.
false move down. Okay, that's I guess if depends on where you're looking at the false move from.
Yeah. Yeah, Sol's keeping its head above 200. ETH ETH is
I
hanging.
wasn't considering the false. I wasn't considering the false move until the CME gap was filled, and once that was over with, now that's when we start looking at it. But am I wrong?
We'll
I was
see.
I
We'll
was
see.
thinking about
We'll
it
see.
from Friday. Like Friday, it's been then down only since the sell-off. Maybe that was a false move.
Candle close, man. Candle close.
But I'm talking about the move after the CME gap fill.
So for the false move week beginning, we would need to release the trap shorts or the trap longs to get that information. So that's if
Oh,
you're watching Dbloc's chart, he's got that dotted path, the red and the green. So if the thing is, he would say with the trapped longs, they're so far up, that's probably more that we're gonna release the trap shorts, so it'll be a false move down, and then midweek
okay.
reversal, 3-day up.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, ETH looking spicy. Look at that. But yeah, that's sideways movement. I'm not sold on ETH yet until it gets over the 15.
Haven't done nothing yet.
Yep. You got 2
Just
minutes.
trying to
2
make
minutes.
trying to make it look like it's going to, deal.
Yeah, alts still look like they could potentially knife here. But they're
Yeah.
trying. I feel like this is just a trap. I don't know. I got kind of bearish when Bitcoin didn't close the weekly above 106.
Yeah, that was your target yesterday, right?
Yeah, it was to get rid of that bearish engulfing weekly candle.
Mm. And when I saw that double top, like I just took the chance, put an SL on, really tight stop loss on it, and then just went to bed.
Come on. Give us that big candle.
1:30.
Maybe the bearish engulfing candle on the weekly is a bull trap.
It might be. You might still get your 106, by the way, by tonight.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it. But I wanted it for the.
You know what I mean? It's just resting at this position and then starts pushing UK time.
Yeah, I was just trying to get that weekly candle to close not bearish.
Yeah, I just didn't have the volume, brother. Like I was looking at the volume last night. I was like, this is not enough volume to do anything massive. But now it looks like it's done accumulating the past 2 hours. Might want to push and just hit that target.
I'll take it.
Yeah, the 800
get
is
out
now
there.
at the target. It's 106.5 on the 800.
Fine with me. It's a good trade for 400x. Then if I get out there, I could consider that the fake out on the false move going to the upside. And then it tanks all the way down. And I can join you down at 101.
Okay.
Which will
Well,
result in you ultimately being right, but having to deal with the volatility.
oh yeah, you got to time that trade really well on the one when you get to 100K. Because I'm sure it's gonna be fake out after fake out after fake. They're gonna clean up and down first before they really figure out where it wants to go after 100K. They're gonna do cleanup, really horrible cleanup duty.
Who knows how nasty it's going to be? This manipulation and volatility just on a all-time new level. It could be.
Yeah. Especially on a Monday, and if they hit that mark on a Tuesday, it's gonna get really rough. Good news, we're above the 200 MA on the 15. Let's see what you do.
I'm at my entry right now. Well, nope, I'm right under it.
Let's see.
They're gonna fake me out, take me down.
I haven't opened the long yet.
That or
Oh,
we get to join you. I'll see you at 105. If not,
let's see.
then I'll have a
If it
chance
does a
to join you.
dancing red candle on this candle. If it does you see, it's a dancing red candle, bro. This is a bullish dancing red candle right here. It's gonna dance here. Just keep the RSI low. You see, it's moving.
Dance wherever you need.
Moving up. Let's go. Your brother, I think your 106 still stands.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll take it. It's a little late, but oh well. Should have been in down at 103. But I was too busy shorting white, going through hell.
Where did you discover that coin? White.
Open long. I
discovered
opened my longs now.
Oh.
Open longs. Sol, Ethereum, Bitcoin.
I discovered it on Crypto Bubble.
I put a little long on Mudang. Whoever called out Mudang just a while ago, I think if you look at the volume on Mudang right now, it's growing. So I put a little, just a little,
It's that
little
wick.
some.
A lot of people like to follow those wicks to the upside. But Maul got the wick too. Like have you heard of fill the wick? Like a lot of
Oh, yeah.
traders used to fill the wick.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
This looks
don't know
good.
if it was on every chart though. I mainly watch Bybit charts because they have a lot of volume, but I don't know if it was on every exchange. I'm gonna check. Actually, I'm gonna check.
All right.
I can't do it.
Yeah, no, it was only on Bybit.
Get too much in my long here. For what I want to do on my leverage account. Stick with this. Give me 106, baby.
There you go, Solana. Let's go, Sol.
It barely moved.
Come on, shorts. Pile in. Daily open 105.6. W in validation 104. Well, under that 103.8. Yeah, I'll take my chances to the upside, bro. I'm good for now.
Yeah. I have my stop loss right here at 104. 104.750.
$104.750. Aren't we at 104.874?
Yep. I put it right underneath the 200. So it has room to
For your
bounce and it
log,
can
for your log.
yeah, for my long, yeah. I'm hedging right now.
Oh, cool.
I haven't closed my
Cool.
short yet. If I'm proven wrong and I get a stop loss, I lose 5% of the trade, but I'll be in bigger profit with my shorts. You know, it just covers that.
Might work, might work.
If it goes the other way, then I make profits on my long and then closes a short, right? If we hit one, if we go over 104.75 at 104.975, then I close my short. Here we go.
Oh, give me that money. But man, if I could take this back to 108, yeah, that'll be like one of my. That'll be like the profits I made from the big shorts up there.
It'll be a little tough. You got a big boy 800 EMA at 106, 106,500.
Yeah.
But that's a good distance already. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that'd be a good little distance up, and even if it rejects, it'll be a little retest down to 105, 200. Then I can re-enter again and take the false move all the way up to the vector gap after retesting it, the 106. If we can get through it the second time. Six. Oh, so slow. Hurry up.
It'll start moving the 5-minute mark. 30 seconds. Watch it.
All right.
There you go. See? 5-minute mark. Here we go. Make that move.
9:10, 9:20. 9:30.
It's kind of fun. We've traded Bitcoin on the 15-minute, on the 1 hour. You start noticing certain movements and certain times on those time frames, and it just like always happens. Like here, see the 5-minute mark. Now it's moving.
All right. I'm officially in the profits. About damn time.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, you got to react real quick when you're doing hedging. I might join you on a hedge when we get up to 106.
Yeah, right. Okay, here we go.
Yep, I will.
Closes above the 50 EMA, which is 104.970. If it closes above that, I close my short. Then I'll let my long continue. Then I think 106.5. Our boy was right on his targets, man. There you go. Close my shorts.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is strong enough for me.
not
This is a
bad.
strong.
That was a good entry though on your short though.
Yeah, my long was pretty good too.
Yeah, it was.
104, 850 something. 856.
1048. Let me see. I think you might have done better than me.
No, I just had this like, it just retracted a bit and it just timed itself a little better.
Yeah, you did better. I'm at 100 and
just a little. Don't worry, you're gonna look good now.
I'm long at 104,
The
930.
good news is all of the EMAs are underneath, so they're gonna act like support now. So that's the good news for you. You're not gonna be like bothered with other EMAs being on top of it. Now it's just free to do whatever he wants. Big buys. We seen big buys. Let me see the tape. Yeah, we got some big buys. 68 Bitcoin bought, 18.9 Bitcoin bought. Let's go. Haha.
Don't fake us out. Rip them, get them
Adrian's
liquidation.
like, watch it go down now. Adrian.
Don't give us a head and shoulder. That's what I'm looking at here.
I don't mind if it's gonna be a lower high, as long as like we're over those EMAs. I'm fine. Goal right now is not to lose any money. I don't have to maximize my profits, but this looks good. It's a good trend. Big buys, 13 Bitcoin. Let's go, 29 Bitcoin. Woo!
Yeah.
19. Let's go, Wales.
29, 19. You think that's a shoulder over there on the other side of us? On the other side of that stop and volume candle?
If it stops, I'd rather wait for an engulfing. I'm not gonna say anything. You know how
You see what I'm
Bitcoin's been
talking
going.
about?
Yeah, I see it very clearly. We'll see.
I hope we're not making a perfect head and shoulder. Please just rip this shit.
I moved my stop loss to entry now.
I'm considering
A
joining you.
little above entry just to pay for the fees. I'd rather break even than just like get
Where are we at?
way. Oh, we got a
I'm doing good.
Bitcoin buy. We got some.
Remember, I'm on 400x.
I can't do that anymore. I'm just on a nice 50 right now.
Oh, it's not bad.
Yeah, just like a big volume.
You probably trade with more money than me, and you don't have to say. It's your business, not mine.
That means I have more to lose.
Yeah.
So I have to like always mind my stop loss, always mind how much money I'm willing to lose. It's a riskier game. I kind of like your strategy. It's just I don't really I've kind of told myself like to stop trying to look for new strategies for myself. Guys, look at Sui, look at Soul. Yes, sir. Let's go longs.
We got a paper hander. 20 Bitcoin gone. Another paper hander. 10. Sold 10. Sucker.
That's fine. Let them get out of the chart. Let them get out of this chart. This trend's okay. This trend's good.
I don't know, dude. I'm still feeling a little bearish. Even if Bitcoin taps 106, I feel like alts are still about to nuke another 10-15%.
Oh, for sure. I don't doubt it, brother. I don't doubt it. I'm okay with that. There we go, dancing red. Let's go. When I see that tail. Or it's going to retest the VWAP. The VWAP's right here on 105. 105.050. Do retest. There we go. Boom. Big buys. 40 Bitcoin bought.
Somebody sold 40.
Somebody sold or somebody bought? Oh, somebody sold
That
40.
was a
Okay.
that was a sell.
Yeah. Let's
It's
see.
all right.
It's fine.
You'll
Dominance is
pay
still
for
going
that.
up. Look at dominance. Look at dominance. It's still pointing upwards. We're okay. We're okay. We're good. We're good. There you go. Yum yum.
I want to put a stop loss in my entry, but it's so close. Give me some more room.
It is pretty good
Nah.
room. We're on 105.9, right?
I'm at 104 900.
Sorry, 104 900. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty good. Oh yeah, you're on 400x. Correct.
Oh, I need to wait.
Yeah, I think this is gonna go up. I think we're good. We're gonna have some distance finally.
So if I'm still thinking about that false move.
We're not in the weekend anymore, buddy. We're on Monday.
I thought the false move is after the CME close.
Dbloc said that we already ate the CME.
I know after it.
And we have the
After that's
daily
over
open
with.
right above this price. So that seems like a good magnet to chase. Unless
They usually
UK
played out.
decides to play paper hands today.
I thought we make our false moves on Monday, and then on the middle of the week we reverse.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Push. There you go.
Okay. Well, we're still in
Yeah,
the weekend trap zone anyway, even though it's over.
You can move
CME
your
was in the middle.
you can move your stop loss into your entry now.
Yo, is this Europe?
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, hey buddy.
Yeah. Let's go. I was right. 41 bought, 51 bought.
Good call, boys.
20 sold
See,
paper.
if I was alone and if I was trading by myself, I would just go like, that's a bear flag. That's a short. But I have you guys. Just helps
Still
with
not
the
out of,
cost.
we're still not up over that shoulder over there.
It's fine.
Feel real good when we break that.
Fine.
Break that daily open. Break that too. It'd be really nice if a big green vector came up. A big, nasty, girthy green one. Looking like Gumby on Viagra. Just smashes all the way through all of this.
Yeah, because it's above all of the EMAs. It has nothing to worry about for a little while until it tries to fight that high, the last high at 105,270, and then the other high at 105,700. Got to play in that range.
Where you at, Drew? pumping. Let's see who's gonna make the next big seller purchase. They're sitting there staring at each other. Oh, we got a paper hander, 25.
Paper hand.
See ya. Come on, who's gonna match him?
5 Bitcoin is $2.5 million, just like that. Oh my God, these people.
Oh my God. Who's gonna
So in
match
just
him?
one
Come on.
trade, they already made their money for the day. They don't have to do anything anymore.
Shit, they done made my damn lifetime for the damn day.
Wait, what's 1%? What's if he goes up 1.5? What's 1.5% of 250 of 25 million?
1.5 cent or 25 million.
Sorry,
Doing
2.5
that.
million. 2.5 million. So that's like
1% of
$25,000.
Look,
25 or 25?
just it's calculated.
Wait, let me. These guys are.
Just move 2 decimal positions back.
What? $2.5 million times.
There you go. 2 back.
Yeah, the guy. Wow. Okay.
2.5 million. 25.
On spot. Yeah, he made $37,000. That's his trade. These guys don't even need to do anything. They don't even need to do leverage, man. The guy made like $37,000 if he traded with 2.5 million.
Hear that, Clyde?
$37,500. $37,500.
Not bad. I could live on that for a year. Wouldn't live very good, but I could live on that for a year.
Yeah, I take several trades every day that make. I'm happy to make 1%.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Just got off work.
Hopefully it wasn't bad.
Yeah, couple of hundred.
Good for, yep. I've got nothing as far as leading in tomorrow. No literature.
Market looks horrible for tomorrow.
Okay, thank
really
you.
Bad. Real bad.
You didn't know that. This is a false move. Man.
Yeah, U.S. futures are down anywhere from 0.5 to 0.95. Even China, all the way through London. Not looking good. Trump disrupted a lot of stuff with China.
He has. Yes, he has.
Yeah, I'm saying Friday. Now things were looking really good. It was the best May in 30 years.
I'm going for 106.
Yeah, Ukraine attacked Russia, so I think that's going to affect the markets a little bit tomorrow.
What's that?
To an extent. Of course, that's kind of priced in because nobody expected it to stop at all.
No, but this was a big attack. They attacked an airport that had some nuclear bombers in it,
Okay.
and right now everyone's kind of talking about like, is Russia going to retaliate with some nuclear weapons? And it's
They're not going to retaliate nuclear.
I know, but you know the talk. I'm just saying.
I
the
know,
talk.
I know.
You know,
Yeah. There
But I
are
don't know.
high,
Crypto might hold.
there are explosives now that are more powerful than the atomic bomb. They're just basically one step below atomic bomb.
Given everything that's going on, though, crypto, come on.
Crypto
What do
has
you think?
not followed the legacy market, oddly enough.
Not at all. What were you saying, Drew?
Weird.
Yeah, I'm thinking tomorrow it's going to dip with the legacy a little bit, and then it's going to catch up, just like early morning to like 10 o'clock, 11, and then I think Bitcoin's going to bounce back up a little bit after 11:30.
Agreed. We had a long discussion in the other group of Ethereum and BTC. I kept pointing out that BlackRock is the main. They have their ETF for it, and they have put in $3 billion, which that's pretty big, but their BTC is 70 billion. So and now they're a $10 trillion company. So it kind of shows the importance of it, of what they're doing. And a lot of people pointed out that's how legacy people kind of think. So it's a perspective. We'll see. I just don't. The SEC is definitely dragging its feet. I don't think we're going to see anything for 2 years, for at least a fall. That would be the quickest, and maybe next year. I just don't know. Though I admire, what's his name, the former one, for taking the stance. You prove to me you're legit. It's so difficult because there's just so many bad actors. There's 2,000 exchanges. It's hard to grapple with. In other news, Texas is about to ban all hemp and marijuana and gummy bears and all that stuff sales. Another stupid mistake. They're like, hemp is bad. There hasn't been a one hemp death ever. Now, I'm not a marijuana user, but I work in the pizza industry, and obviously there's a lot of stoners. But that's cool. It mellows people out, and it's better than drinking, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I
quit.
Oh, I
Smoking a
quit.
joint right
I
now.
haven't had a drink in 40 years.
I haven't drank for a very long time, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna smoke me a nice drewski.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And the other bill that's coming up is putting the 10 Commandments in every school. I'm vastly against that.
Let's go.
Oh, good.
Wow. Get out of here. They're really doing that?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Abbott is so horrible. I mean, people should have the right to their own religious beliefs. It's the great reptile.
Having to say
the great reptile.
The proper
If you want to believe in that,
morning
that's
pledge.
cool.
The proper morning pledge in the United States of America is based on, it's a Christian.
Yeah.
Big buys. Go.
I'm just saying. Know your balls.
I mean, I had to recite it as a kid. That was 60 years ago. But no, I don't agree with it.
Although I could care less. Right now.
Then you could care less.
Oh,
do care.
gosh. Yeah, I know. You get me.
I know.
Well, it could be good for the sheeple out there. They get quite lost. You're a smart guy. You might not need it.
I understand that with indoctrinating children. Let's say you're from Egypt, okay, and you believe differently, or you're a Muslim, or you're a Jew, etc. You have your own beliefs. You have the right to those. That's how this country was founded.
Yeah.
You do know that there are very small differences in the Quran and the Bible, right?
Of course, I understand all those.
Like
But
even
they
the
have the right
prophets
to
in the
those
Quran are
differences.
the same prophets in the Bible.
You know what brought
No.
it to my mind is about the rainbow. I saw a rainbow today. It was a spectacular rainbow. And I looked up at it and I remember the proverb of, God put the rainbow in the sky, that he would never destroy the earth again. Well, unfortunately, God has tried 5 times.
Oh.
It has wiped out, the earth has gone to less than 10% of its life 5 times in its history.
What
Yeah.
what do you mean?
Life has looked like a little different 5 times
Yeah.
over its
Dude,
existence. Looking a little
Supposedly
funky,
we were
looking
down to 50,000 humans at one point.
but that's human behavior. That's human.
No, long before that. Remember, our planet used to be purple.
No way.
Yeah.
Really? I
Oxygen.
never heard that.
Well,
I have
insects,
never heard that.
dragonflies were up to 6 feet long because it was
Okay,
highly
I
rich.
can skip that. I can skip being in a time where insects are that big.
Yeah. It was highly oxygenated, and
Oh my
insects
god.
grew to huge
Imagine
lengths.
drinking a beer outside and a dragonfly just like lands right on top of you.
Oh my god.
That is why the dinosaurs were so big. It's because of the amount of oxygen in the air.
Yeah,
No. That was long before that.
Okay.
Dinosaurs were big simply because they were the dominant species.
Their surroundings.
You
No
know, what was it?
limitation.
300 million. They existed 300 million years. Man has only been around.
I never thought about why were they so big though?
They had no predators
No
against them.
limitation.
Because of Godzilla, bro. Godzilla.
No, but even if you have like a caged animal, they don't grow like enormous size without. I don't know.
Well, you're
I gotta
you're
find this
talking a
out.
species that how long were they around? 600 million years.
Somebody's gotta know. Fossils say a lot.
Right.
A bigger environment.
What I find a weird statistic is that the latest dinosaurs are closest to our timeline than the earliest dinosaurs were to the latest dinosaurs. That's crazy, no?
Well, it was 65 million years ago the dinosaurs ruled, and basically in one day gone. It took about 2.5 years to eradicate them all.
Well, you still got Komodo dragon.
Yeah, that's a fierce
And
creature.
geodes.
That's the biggest one right now. Biggest lizard.
Alligator, crocodiles are bigger.
Oh, the saltwater crocodile.
Right.
Left.
That's a big boy.
And there's creatures down below that we don't know how big they are. Only 5% of the ocean floor has been explored.
We know more about space than we do of the ocean floor. So.
Right.
Your brother, our
Exactly.
106
More
target's
people have
looking-
been to the moon than the Marianas Trench.
Our 106 target's looking juicy.
Cool.
Bring it.
Hey, Clive, how you doing,
I'm
man? I
praying
haven't
right
talked
now.
to you in a minute. How's your Monday trades going so far? What are you planning?
Market isn't open. Market's not open.
What are you looking at? What are you looking at for this week? I'm still on my
US
I'm still on
bad.
Palantir.
Bad.
Huh?
Oh, Palantir?
Bad?
Palantir should be
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
AI and tech is pretty okay, right? Apple's getting kind of spooky because Apple just lost a huge,
I sold off
huge.
80% of my Nvidia Friday.
Okay. Yeah, Apple. I kind of got rid of a lot of Apple or lately because when they lost that case with Epic, I was like,
Right.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
they're gonna
I mean, it'll
lose
come back. obviously.
True. Are they releasing something that's gonna that's gonna go against Amazon and Google's AI? Because I haven't heard much.
It's tough.
The thing
Are they
about
keeping?
AI is it's not what we think it is. It's really
It's
the
so
AI
useful.
we're using is Google search. It's basically Google search. You can't come up with anything creative. Now, mathematically, and they can, like, let's take chess, okay? It basically kind of solved chess to an extent, but only because it ran billions and billions and billions of programs.
Clive,
Just kept
like,
improving on it.
what's your feel on the food industry? Food
Ooh,
manufacturers,
the predictions.
Nestle.
Oddly enough, consumers are still spending the same amount. That
Oh,
has
yeah.
not decreased. I mean, let's face it, when the kids want pizza, they get pizza. You
Because
know,
I got
they're
a tip from
Mhm.
my aunt. My aunt works for IFF. It's
okay.
International Flavors and
Familiar with
Fragrances.
it. I know it well.
Yeah, and she's like, food next 5 years. Food
It's going up.
manufacturing.
It's going up.
Yeah. So
You're
anyone
probably
that's
going to
like
see about a
producing new kinds of food,
30% increase.
yeah. She was I'm her favorite nephew, and she was like, food manufacturers that are trying to find alternative ways to create
Yeah.
food,
Right.
put money in it.
Getting rid of the artificial dyes, etc. It
Yeah,
takes
yeah,
about
yeah.
5 years.
Yeah, that's what she said. Like 5 years. Get on it now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Clive,
hmm
would you eat lab grown meat?
Macaroni?
I think it's a generational
Lab
thing.
grown. Lab grown
Like
meat.
our generation, we want to eat meat, right? But look at the kids now, man. They drink warm water. They don't want to drink soft drinks. You know, they're a little different from us.
You didn't answer. Yeah.
I
You know,
eat
Would you eat?
macaroni all the time.
Would you eat meat that was grown in a lab?
Yeah, I would.
What?
My favorite is Soylent Green.
as long as I cut my knife through it and it looks like, it has to look, smell, and taste like, and the texture has to be the same.
Right.
If they can match it, maybe. Because that's what it's about, right? That experience.
Well, okay. Quick question. How old are you?
I'm 40.
Okay. You probably lost about 30% of your taste buds.
Because of soft drinks and stuff?
No, because you're old. As you
Oh.
get older, you
I'm not old.
become duller.
Yeah.
You know, remember what cotton candy tasted like when you were a kid? That sort of thing.
Yo, Clef, you were thinking it's gonna be a bad week?
Yeah.
I'm still targeting a little bit higher.
We're infuriating China.
Yeah, but he's having a phone call with China.
Okay.
You saw it?
China's made a lot of statements this weekend.
Yeah, but Besant, he said that I think it was on a Saturday or Sunday morning.
This was coming out Saturday and Sunday.
What was coming out Saturday and Sunday?
That China's not happy with how Trump is basically going back on his promises.
And people are buying up Chinese stocks.
I'm not buying any Chinese stock ever.
Some people buying the shit up, dude. I don't know why.
Yeah, like that was in response to Trump on Friday saying that China's going back on their promises. So anyways, like it came out on Sunday.
We'll see what happens.
They're gonna get on a phone
I
call.
have no crystal ball. All of it is guesses. It's too volatile.
It's communication.
Again, sitting on the sidelines.
Good step forward. Yeah.
I can wait this out.
Because I don't think they've never actually
6
spoken on
weeks.
the phone. Because they've been talking about like going on the phone call, but they've yet to actually speak on the phone or talk in general. I even think that they were supposed to meet and talk like when he was in I don't know where he was, Paris, wherever Trump went on internet.
Yeah.
But they never ended up doing it.
Right. And Russia's not going to back off.
Or have a roundtable meeting with Zelensky.
Mm.
No, seriously, they were saying that. Not just
Yeah, but
they. I don't
he
know who.
only
I don't
sent
know who the
low
hell
level.
they
He
are.
only sent low level diplomats to that meeting.
You can bring shitty coffee and donuts, and then
Yeah, keep in mind that Putin is a KGB officer, tried and true.
understood. I don't care. He's a
And Zelensky used to be a comedian.
Yeah.
Zelensky used to be damn near the same as him.
He also used to be in a band and wore a dress.
And that's cool.
No way. He wore a
Well,
dress.
like I don't know him, so I can't talk about him.
Well, it might not be cool on the world stage.
Yeah, I understand.
But I sure could go for a stuffed crust right now.
Sorry, every Domino's in the United States is closed. Wait, maybe California. No, they closed 12 minutes ago.
I bet there's one open in Vegas. Just saying. Yeah.
No, it's
No.
corporate. No, they're not allowed to open.
Consistency.
Why is Pizza Hut down the street on the corner, but they won't deliver to me?
Huh? That's interesting.
Pizza Hut? Do they deliver? I don't
Not,
believe they do.
not very
Yeah,
nice of them.
They
They
deliver.
do. Wow.
They won't deliver to me.
They
Well,
have region. You
sometimes
talking?
it's
Yeah.
neighborhood.
Yeah, I know. I'm joking.
There are certain neighborhoods not our area, but there are neighborhoods where we don't deliver at night.
No, it's
For
never
obvious reasons.
deliver. Ever.
Huh?
But they choose to operate right down the street on the corner.
What state are you in?
No.
Missouri.
Okay, you're not a corporate state, so those are franchises.
Oh.
So that franchise has made the decision not to.
Wow.
Corporately, if it's a corporate state, there are only 6 corporate states. Texas is one of them, and there are standard rules. But franchises can do their own thing to a point.
Why is Pizza Hut so expensive?
I can't answer that.
It's awfully high.
It is. I stopped ordering from Pizza Hut a long time ago because it was always more expensive than Domino's
Are
or
you serious?
any of these places.
Yeah. Yeah.
Has anybody had the stuffed crust yet?
Many times.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I love
good,
it.
but it doesn't justify being double the price of Little Caesars.
Okay.
Oh yes, it does.
No, not to me.
Well, it was $9.99 for a limited time.
Nah, man, they're talking about $20 for a large
Yeah,
with
about
some
that.
toppings
I
on
think
it.
17.
So delicious though. It's like, what do you want to put in your mouth? You know.
What the
Not
hell is
better than
a burger and fries?
$17.99.
Yeah. I was shocked. Whataburger, I got a biggest shock on that.
That's too damn much too.
They are good.
I could get chicken fried rice in a giant ass container for $5.99.
Yep.
I could go to Subway and get 2 12-inch foot longs with a coupon for $11.99
Mm-hmm.
and actually eat something healthy. Healthier there.
Yeah, I agree. Someone made a good point is that McDonald's keeps it just over the edge from being bad. And it
They should be
economically
ashamed too.
makes sense. It's not bad, it's consistent though. It's always
Their
consistent.
prices have gotten high over there too.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like crazy high. You're paying
I'm a
like for a
Burger
Big
King.
Mac
I'm a
meal.
Burger King guy.
Oh yeah, all over McDonald's. Yes.
Yeah,
And
$1.99
then
for a burger.
And Wendy's over both of them.
Yeah.
McDonald's is up their game though. Yeah, McDonald's is actually up their game. You like the thing about McDonald's that I find better than Burger King and Wendy's is they're consistent. And there's a little trick, right? If you ask them to cook to order, they'll make everything fresh. Like it's an unwritten rule. Just be like, "Can I get it cooked to order?"
You
and
can just
they make
order
it
with no
fresh,
salt.
nuggets fresh. Or
Order
you
with
can do
no salt.
or you could do no salt.
No
but
salt. That's a good idea.
But
You
if you do
gotta
cook
come
to
to
order,
Ohio.
they have like the best nuggets.
You gotta come to Columbus. You gotta eat Wendy's around here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's better. Period.
Dave Thomas, baby.
I don't know if it's the type of meat or what they're
Man,
doing.
every Wendy's I've been to sucks terribly compared to what we have around here. We got like new menu items all the time.
Oh, you want to
Yep.
talk about value? You can get a junior
I'm talking
bacon
about value. I'm talking
cheeseburger.
about Dave, baby.
Dude, over here you can get for $5 a junior bacon cheeseburger, fries, nuggets, and a drink for $5.
Wow. That's cool.
Beat that.
Wait. Can you say it one more time? You get a junior bacon cheeseburger, fries, and a drink, $5.
Yes, sir.
All right, I can beat it. Ready? McDonald's, you get 4-piece chicken nuggets, a McDouble, fries, and a drink for $5.
Nah.
Oh yeah, they copied it. They
I'm
did
going
copy
to
on
But
that.
they upped it. They
No
upped it with
way.
4 nuggets. It's the $5 meal, or you can substitute it with a McChicken.
Yeah, but can you have a
pickles on the
Frosty for the drink?
You can get a
Our
what do they got?
our
They don't
value
have
meal
Frosty.
here is like a
They got
two-piece
I don't think
chicken.
you can. No, you lost.
In the cafes, you
Can't
can
get a
substitute
Frosty.
McCafe,
No, nope.
frappe,
Nope.
frappuccino.
McBaco. No. Go.
Boys,
Go.
dominance is dropping. What's happening there? Alt's flying. Oh, alt's. Ooh,
Mm.
it's
What?
a
It
good
should
day,
be.
boys.
It
It's a
should be.
good
Bitcoin's
Monday.
moving. She's moving all right.
I see 150%.
Look at ETH. ETH. Let's go ETH. Let's go for that 200. Come on, baby.
Maybe that bearish engulfing was just a trap, dude. It's just a trap.
Brother, you're the reason why I'm looking at 106, man. Come on, let's hit it.
We're in it together, man. We're 106 brothers. Wait. Yes.
That's where the
yes.
800
No,
is.
we're 104, 900 brothers to 106.
I'm still in from 103.
Yeah. That's from yesterday. I closed that on 105. Started a short. Closed my short now. Open it again. Open another long. But I'm long on the big caps right now.
What's it at? 106?
Oh no. That's our target. 106 500.
Lord, you scared me.
Are you gonna flip short up there?
We'll see. That's
yeah.
We're still a couple hours away from pre-market. We don't know yet. You know. I've learned not to foretell.
Yeah.
No more forecasting for me. I go wherever this chart wants to go. We're not there yet. You know. I mean, we just came from all-time high, so.
The SPY is bouncing from 58.81, which is the 786, which Bitcoin bounced earlier. I made a new all-time high. And stocks open in 40 minutes, like Nvidia, Apple, Tesla. Pre-market starts opening.
I gotta check.
I think Apple's gonna get a
coming
bounce.
in.
I think the news on Trump talking to China on the phone is potentially gonna give Apple a bounce.
You know, if Bezos really wants to challenge Elon, he should stop doing the space thing and he should start producing food. The future is food, bro. Like we're gonna have a food
He delivers food.
in a couple years, and
It's about
whoever
delivering food.
No,
is king.
I think I read something that Bezos invested like billions into farmland.
Yeah, with Bill Gates
That was
as well.
Gates. That
Was that Gates? Oh, that was Gates.
Yeah, in Western Europe, he basically
Gates was
bought
doing
it
that
all,
too.
fucked them up. Excuse my language.
Processing and manufacturing food is gonna be the future, man. It's going to
Just
be
trying to
as important.
GMO.
Yeah, it's going to be as important as tech. Because right now, like my aunt and IFF, they're saying like every major food company is having them develop different flavors, different food at a breakneck speed.
So
Like
companies that
nonstop.
produce food.
Yeah. So, food manufacturers, yeah.
Then what about
Because like what
your
her
meat? What about
she's
what
like
about the
a
actual
VP of
ingredient? You know,
IFF.
the raw.
Because see,
the
you're
pork.
gonna reach a point where the raw ingredient doesn't matter, where you can actually process the taste. It's like umami, it's like Ajinomoto. Like you can process the taste, flavor, and the nutrients needed by the body.
Oh, bro,
So
you kind out real
every
bad.
major food manufacturer, Nestle, everybody's doubling down. Oh, sorry. How about that?
On
Yeah.
fake shit.
So every food manufacturer is rallying right behind IFF, because IFF actually creates all the flavors for all your cup noodles and stuff, and they're being tasked to do like this is the highest amount of food manufacturing they've ever done in a decade.
I just don't like when they modify vegetables to take seeds out of them. I think that's so crooked.
It's modified seeds to
Yeah,
yield.
and the seeds too. Seeds, vegetables, are the same. You know what I mean? That's so wrong.
You ever wonder why all the vegetables at the grocery store are beautiful, same shape, bikinis are big? Come on.
Most of the ones I'm buying have seeds in them.
I hope. Oh, I don't care. No, I'm not talking about seeds. I'm just talking about
But I know there's
shit's
quite
gonna
a
be
few
made
that
right.
don't. Let's go, Bitcoin. Finish the job. 106.
Yeah, I just read this news. Sharplink Gaming plans to buy 1 billion worth of ETH for its treasury using proceeds from a proposed share sale, according to an SEC filing. I'm not sure who Sharplink Gaming is, but I appreciate that.
That's nice, though. Yeah.
I like
Shareholders
anything
are coming
positive
together to
about
buy a
gaming. I'll take any positive crypto gaming news.
Who is Sharplink? I'm looking them up right now. Yeah, I mean they're listed on a Nasdaq as SBET.
Oh, Respet. I got in that at $2.
Is that a good company?
It's 100 now.
Oh wow, yeah, they're about to buy a bunch. They're about to buy $1 billion worth of ETH.
Well, like, got some liquidity.
Yes, huh?
Uh-huh.
You got in at 2 and it's at 100?
Yep. Uh-huh.
That's crazy. What do they? Oh, they do sports betting and stuff. Like Caesars.
I don't even know what they did, but
it's
I
sports
got out
betting.
mostly at 40, 45, and it just kept going up.
Bullshit.
They have marketing sites targeting U.S. sports bettors. So they do sports. Maybe they're gonna launch like a Ethereum-based betting avenue for sports betting.
One of the people that is
I made $9
involved, I can't
grand
say
in like
executive,
15 minutes.
is on the Ethereum whatever team you want to call that.
I announced it here when it was running.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it was up 2,000 freaking %. I don't know.
You said one of the executives of Ethereum is on what?
Well, executives of Ethereum. I don't know what that would mean, but yeah, is works for that company or is an investor in some capacity.
Nice.
And that was bullish news like a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago. I remember hearing.
It
Looks like
popped
it's
to
Friday.
40 or so, and then rode the next day. It rode all the way up to 100, 110.
Yeah, it says SharpLink is one of the first Nasdaq listed companies to develop a treasury strategy centered on ETH.
No, I wouldn't buy it now.
Summary of my company.
ETH didn't even get a pump. ETH never gets a pump for news, man. It just does not trade with news.
Trade against it. I don't know, man. You know.
Yeah, futures are diving. It's been new lows on futures.
Well, 32 minutes to market open.
Yeah, the SPY is nosediving right now. I don't know what's going on.
We'll see if I can do anything.
I'm back. What happened? A little red candle. Got a little buyer, 20 Bitcoins.
Big buys, big buys.
What's good, team? No, dominance
What's up,
popping
brother?
is dominance popping is an issue, but BTC is going up at the same time, right? So BTC goes up, clears these liquidations. Dominance can run and it not affect the alts too much. What we don't want is for BTC to break down while dominance is breaking out of this cup and handle. Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, it's worse the smaller the market cap. But even Sol and ETH, Bitcoin and Dom going in the wrong directions will still affect Sol and ETH too. Yeah, if you guys go to the Discord and go under, where is it? I think it's not education. I'm gonna have to reorganize some of this stuff. I'm gonna put all of the little sort of like trading PDFs in one on one list, and then ban comments so that it doesn't get clogged. So it'll be a quick sort of click and go to for things like this. But I have a cheat sheet for it for dominance. Somewhere. Not in here. Oh, I got an old picture of the setup in here though. I mean, you guys haven't seen my. Haven't seen the trading setup. This is the old trading setup though. It's like 2 more monitors. This is before the stream, like last year. Remember I was saying I had those cutouts for the 32-inch monitors. I still got to put 2 monitors up there. But it's like a bookcase sort of built-in wood, but I made it like for 32-inch monitors. So they fit perfect. And then I've got another ultra wide, 2 ultra wides here next to each other. One ultra wide, one regular. There's like another arm that comes out this way now. I'll show you. I gotta start putting the cam back on. It's just the last thing I think about when I'm streaming, which is dumb, right? It should probably be the first thing I think about. That side monitor is just my vertical for research and stuff. It's a weird size. I want to say it's something like a 30-inch or a 29-inch. Let's go look at total. It's more complete now. It looks kind of naked when I look at that picture. But we spend a lot of time doing what we do, right? We got to make it enjoyable. And that was my setup like before the stream, so it's not like I made a streaming setup or something like that. I just had this vision of a spaceship, but with an old school office inside of the spaceship. Like library, wood library, but then like half futuristic. I don't know, but I must have been smoking or something that day. Well, total. Let's go back and just remind you what you're supposed to be doing during these times. So you're gonna get a lot of people pointing at the last bull market with the lower high. I mean, with the higher high, right, and then the rejection. But look at total, right? Total hasn't done that at all. Total also made a higher high last time. But on the weekly, as long as we hold 277, and that's that. I mean, that's like super low. Honestly, as long as we hold 3 trillion, we should be all right. We already mitigated this vector gap, which was the scary part, right? Leaving these vectors on the way up, but we did come back and grab that, just like we did here. We did a pretty good job of holding everything down on the way up. We only left one vector on total unrecovered. So is it close to breaking yet? No, not yet. Let's go down to lower time frames. It's very similar to what Bitcoin is doing, right? It had a higher low fractal, and then it failed the neckline, but it didn't invalidate the fractal. Right, so you had your higher low. Which should take us to 3.3 trillion, right? If it plays out. Like I said, we came down, but we didn't come down far enough to invalidate. And the right side of this higher low was a nice double bottom off of 319. Top of the morning, Thomas. So looks decent. I mean, total looks all right. Tell you when you have to start to really worry is if we start to come down to this trend line. Let's take a look at total 3, which is really what most of us are. If you're getting hurt today, it's going to be total 3 that shows it in others. All right, so look at the difference. Total 3 has the same higher low fractal. Hold on, let me take off this magnet. Drives me crazy. Total 3 has the same higher low fractal, but we failed to break the neckline at all, right? As where total 1 broke, came back under, and then now it's popping out. We're still sort of stuck underneath. Right, 1, 2, 3 touches makes a trend. So let's hope that it follows its big brother here. Just for a reminder, this is what total one look like. Right. Had a stronger attempt to break. Basically,
106
right
coming.
here. Basically, right here is where we are on total
I'm
3.
sorry.
What happened?
No, I didn't hear you. I had a cut off. Then I started talking, and your voice came out. I thought I'm sorry. I was disturbing what you were saying.
You're good. You're good. It's the TV. You're listening on the what you call it. That's why you got a delay. There's an echo.
Yeah.
Let me check others.
No, I'm not listening. I'm not on the channel right now. I'm on your Discord stream.
Oh, okay. You gotta put the volume down a little bit because it's I hear it through your mic.
What up?
What's going on?
Making money?
Others looks a little bit better, right?
It's true, buddy.
Others at least looks like it's trying to pop here. Yeah, we're still in that bear flag for Bitcoin. We have not invalidated that. But we did manage to hold together that flag. So I mean that our W, so that's good. We need to get above 106 and hold to invalidate this bear flag.
Okay, we got it.
Not only that, but we need to go up because dominance is going up. I don't even care about Bitcoin. If dominance is going up, we need to be going up. Or your alts are going to feel that shit. So,
Oh man, I have to take all this profits out of this Bitcoin long and have even more alt.
yeah, Thomas, we just got to get out of this range. We cut through these liquidations, we'll be fine. Remember, our measured move only gives us a test of this SR flip. And this was a significant support that we broke. And when we finally broke that, that's when we took our dip. So just be aware we're not out of hot water. We've got two really big, important sort of price points if you're a bull to pay attention to. One, you want to get over this thing right here. Mandatory, right? You got to get back into this range. Then your next goal is to break this downtrend. Both of those spots are higher or lower high sort of possibilities. Right? Then the big daddy of them all is breaking your local high here. This even more important than breaking all-time highs in my opinion. If you're a bear, you just want the trend to continue. That's it. You don't really have to hope for too much. You just want the trend to continue. If you're a bull, there's a lot of hoping going on right now. At least for the short term. The bear flag is right there.
Yeah.
Yellow number.
You got that downtrend up there.
Well, if you shorted this thing and you took profit, those circles that I just pointed out are points that you'd be looking to re-enter a short if you got resistance. Or let me rephrase that. Those are positions that I would be looking to re-enter a short if I was trading futures.
You're talking to me.
Just talking.
Oh man, it's crazy. Beam is not very happy.
Nothing is, bro. I don't even want to scroll down through the alts. I mean, literally just going and not that they're bad, except for Zero Bro. Zero Bro is like taking and giving back, but not good, right? 1%, 2% across the board
It's
mostly.
not impressive
Nah.
considering
But
where they're up from their lows.
But like I said, with Bitcoin doing what it's doing and dominance specifically doing what it's doing, running flat is the best case scenario for the. You might as well be going parabolic right now. It'll be the same sort of excitement if your alt isn't dropping, because this is scary shit.
Yeah,
So
I'm trying to
if you
figure
love,
out how to play it.
even if you don't love Bitcoin or love Ethereum, you need both of them to pump right now. You would like
Yeah.
for Ethereum to pump harder, but you don't want any red candles on Bitcoin until dominance is done doing what it's doing here.
I'm just trying to keep the faith that this alt run is gonna happen, and by the time that does, I'll just have even more of it. So, as for me, on something like Beam, I had buys in the 40s, buys in the 50s, and now it's in the 60s. But at one point, it was up over 100% for my entries. Now it's back in the 60s. But I've continued to keep buying it, and
It's the taking
I did a lot
profits
of
part
shorts.
that's not, that you're not.
I didn't take any.
Yeah, if
I
like,
did do a lot of I did a lot of shorts though.
when you have like a someone comes in and looks at your business and it lets you know like sort of where you're bleeding or where you're leaving money on the table. If I had to do that, that would be it. Like that's the issue right now. You got to get more comfortable with taking profits, even when we think it's going up and to the right. We know it doesn't just
That's
go
the
up and to the
problem.
right in a straight line.
I'm scared to death that it's gonna go without me.
I know. We were talking about that the other day. Especially when you get a good entry, it's almost like you're surprised you didn't screw it up, and if you get out of it, it just gives you another opportunity to screw it up.
And the way it's acting like this, I just keep on getting more opportunities to add to it.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm long on Bitcoin, and it's not even hardly doing anything. And so I guess I keep trading Bitcoin, I guess, until it starts to get right. Keep on adding to it through profits. I got my Bitcoin sell at 106,400 with the homie. Or did he say 500? So we were trying to get up to for this trade.
I don't know what you're talking about.
OG in the Philippines.
Oh yeah, I took a little profit off already because
did you?
it's starting golfing. Yeah.
I'm being a little more aggressive. I'm taking
That's
nothing.
okay. You got some distance. You got a good entry coming up. I took half off when I saw that wick. If this closes as engulfing, I'm taking profits.
But I am solid at that take profit we were talking about.
Yeah. But a bunch of the guys are also.
But if that happens, then I'm damn tempted. Do I
Ooh, no, big sells. Ouch. All right.
Sorry. I got plenty of.
Good.
I got a lot of.
It's good distance.
I got
happy.
room.
Yeah, but I'm out of my alts also, man. It's like Bitcoin moves just a little bit, alts just like.
Oh wow! For trades, or you just have none?
Well, I have spots, of course. I'm not touching my spots. I already took a little bit of profit.
Oh, okay.
On top. But for
I've been
like
telling y'all that
myself,
since
yeah,
December, man.
yep,
Since December, I've been telling y'all that.
yep.
What's that?
But it's not time to be playing with alts. December is when I sold
Yeah,
all
man.
of my alts for Bitcoin. Slowly
Also,
bought
it's just
back
not
the bigger
performing in the
ones,
BTC
but
pair.
if it's not beating Bitcoin, it's not time yet.
Yeah. No, the only alts I have right now, D, is like Sweet Soul ETH, and then very small bags of like the new layer ones, but that's it. Sweet Soul and ETH. But like, even though they're like Sweet Soul and ETH, Bitcoin moves one candle down. It's just like, it looks aggressive on the alts. It's like playing a video
yeah.
game, man. You gotta move. You have to constantly move your stop loss because you have like 4 trades on. Yeah.
I'm excited though. Let's see what happens in a couple hours. There's got to be a lot of dry powder in the market right now. Yo, D, what's your chart looking at like right now? Wait, let me open your chart.
What happened?
Oh, wait. Oh. So wait, am I looking at the channel or the weekend trap?
Looking
see
at
it as
a
a false move.
at a flag inside of the weekend trap.
Mm,
Both patterns are still
yeah.
valid.
Yep.
Your higher low
Oh,
and your flag are still valid.
Bearish too. Mm.
I know what I want to ask you, bro. The false move narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we at right
Still
now?
inside the weekend trap. We haven't even made a move yet.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's why I
There's
got
a lot of
guys. I
people
got
have
it on
different.
the chart to let you know. If we're inside of the chart, if we're inside of the trap, we're inside of the trap. If we move out of the trap, unless it frees one side, we have not gotten any confirmation on any false move yet.
I was hearing different opinions. Just saying.
I mean, that's cool, but I'm just letting you know the way the
What
model that I
you just
trade.
said is what I thought.
Yeah, the model that I trade isn't confirmed until one of the sides are freed. And the easiest false move, money-wise, cheapest false move is down. More liquidity down. Trap is closer. Costs way too much money to push through all this just to get to this to give us a false move.
Mm-hmm.
Makes way more sense to come down, grab this liquidity, false move down, create some short liquidity above, and then take it out with a 3-day up. And then insert good news here next week or something. Nobody knows what it'll be. It'll be something that they'll blame it on, but I'm telling you, we'll have a 3-day swing and we'll have way better chance of breaking this uptrend if we do it that way. If we come up and try to do it, we're just going to reject. Same thing I said here. When we were at 104 and I said we needed to come down to 100, I was like, if we go up first, we're just going to reject. There's not enough momentum to sustain that move. Same thing here. If we try to go for it here, we're just going to reject. Come down.
I'm fine with that.
Grit your teeth. Grab these liquidations. Let's see what our orders look like underneath us. And if that grit is back.
Because somebody said that false move was that first down from that right there. The second time we came, the first time, yeah. The first somebody said the false move was that 105, whatever it is, down to 104, and then we're coming up here. But that move down from up there to down there was the false move. It was like, no, it ain't.
They're still in the trap.
So we ain't even done that yet. I'm waiting to see what the hell it is. Yeah, look at that false move that other week. That was ridiculous. Up, down, up, and then that's it. Come on, man.
Nah, last week was super volatile.
Savage.
Came out of the trap and went crazy.
They be doing that again. Up, and then down. Yeah, 100 is a lot closer for that green. They can at least finish it off here, 106.4. I could be done. Let's see where them greedy bastards at. Well, there's a couple on top. But it sure does look pretty hefty down there below us. The ones at top on the top are right on the top of the trap. But then the other guys under us are in the trap. Golly. There's some ugly dominance. So you think it's pretty much a done deal? Dominance is going to see 70. Seems to be. That's pretty dominant. Didn't even get 106. What is that? 105.9. All right. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I got a couple shorts on now. Just not
Damn,
enough
that's
strength.
exactly what I was thinking. Open a little hedge, but I might have waited too long. I did.
I remember I mentioned, like, if I see an engulfing, that's it. Yeah. they kind of faked us out just right before 106. Look at that. Look how thin.
Yeah, exactly what I was looking at. It's like they didn't even give us 106. Come on, man.
Yeah, they did. There's a bull trap from the beginning.
If they would have gave us that 106, we would have definitely got 106.5.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not over yet, though. Notice, see, whatever average that is right there, we're bouncing off it right now. Nope, I haven't given up yet, but I will. We get up there. I want that support demand, man. I think it's pretty strong.
Yeah, man. Who knows? It just might.
That's how I'm playing it. Prove it. When I'm on 400x, I got to put the heat on them, bro, because they let me get into it. And I think I'm going to let them off the hook. Let's go. Ain't letting them off the hook. Pay me. Still holding. Ooh. Need to hold here. Oh. Oh, held. Up we go.